are going to be live for the free-for-all hosted by Clearman, the War of Lords Tournament, $1,000 free-for-all. We've got 3 games to play today in Group C and some familiar faces to take place in that particular series. We've got Garnath, Popo, a Korean player whose name I do not know, Voldemar, Kiljari, Tuan, LQ, Hung ADC, and 194, the Great Unicom, are all going to be going at it. There is a bracket. If you go !tournament, you can go across the Wikipedia page where the results are being updated relatively quickly. So, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about actually casting some free-for-all. So I think a long time ago, I kind of got the feeling that they are actually pretty crap, if I'm being totally real. But the Regicide meta has developed to be pretty hype. Honestly, I was really impressed by the games yesterday. They weren't redundant, they weren't absurdly long, they weren't tedious. They were actually really hype, really enjoyable. I think the average game length was roughly around 30 minutes-ish. We only got a longer game than that because of the DCs. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty fun day. Good old Red Bull. Dude, I still love that banner. I love having that banner as the background. It looks sick. Can we agree? It 100% looks sick, right? Right. But yeah, so we've got a few minutes until we kick off. Just a reminder, because it's going to pop up in about 10 minutes. We are... let me switch across the game capture. That's probably a good idea. We are being sponsored this month by... or rather this week, by AMD and Scan. If you guys are in the market for a CPU or GPU, I highly recommend going across to here ASAP. Toot sweet. The link will even come up in about 10 minutes for you to click through naturally. The thing that we've got here is not just damn good prices on some hella good tech. In fact, okay, that's crazy. They've now even added in bundles, guys. This was not here yesterday. There's new stuff coming in. So now you can get your hands on graphics cards, CPUs, and motherboards all mushed into one. That's actually a 7800X3D CPU with the 7800 series GPU. So you get those plus the motherboard to run them for just under £1,000. And remember, you are going to get your hands on 4 games in return. In fact, it actually might end up being Space Marine and Awakening twice. I'm not sure, because I know if you buy a CPU, you get those 2, and if you buy a GPU, you get those 2 as well. But you will get Unknown 9 Awakening as well as Space Marine. Highly recommend this. I know the game isn't out. How can I recommend it? Dude, I have faith. I played Warhammer Space Marine 1. I think it's a banging game. 2 looks incredible. I actually think it's going to scratch that Helldiver's itch that everyone's all of a sudden got now that it's not really delivering anymore. And on top of that, because you would have got the GPU, you can get your hands on either Avatar, Starfield, Liza P, or Companies of Heroes free. You get 2 of those 4 there. Liza P, I can definitely recommend. I've never heard anything but good things about that game. But yeah, be sure to check them out. Be sure to do it with my links so they know who sent you. They are going to be with us for the next few streams. And hopefully, if they like the outcome, if they think the integration was worthwhile, we'll be able to expand that into some additional integrations. One big one I'm aiming for is actually to get them on board to help sponsor the PC build that I'm looking to do a little bit later this year. Because as you guys know, between Age of Empires 4, Stormgate, all these games, my 3700X Ryzen has done an incredible job up to this point. But I do need to upgrade. And I think that was always going to happen because I really do push the CPU to the limits because of how hard I encode. Most people with 3700X will actually still pop to this day. And I think that's the beauty of Ryzen. If you buy one now, guarantee it's going to hold up for years to come afterwards. Okay. Sorry, one sec, just double check someone. Sorry, just sending a message quick. Just purpose things in the background, because I think the lobby should be getting set up in a moment. We have got Gigliardi as well as Voldemar added, so we can see they're in the lobby there. I'm just keeping it on this scene for the time being, so we can see when it is time to go rushing into game. But damn, who's hyped, man? The games yesterday were insane. If you haven't seen it, I recommend checking the VOD. I think they should be making an appearance. I think all of them were actually uploadable. So, at least 2 of them, I'd say, probably will end up on my YouTube channel at some stage. Some really crazy games in there, man. I think my favorite one, whoopsie, was the AMD Ryzen. My favorite one was probably Game 1 Core was dirty in game 2, how quickly he wiped the field, but like game 1, I think really impressed me because I wasn't expecting that of Opajoy. Opajoy completely popped off in that game. And the way he done it was really surprising as well. But just waiting for confirmation on this. So reminder guys, this is going to be a best of 3. So far, we've seen Core and Opajoy qualify through, and I believe it was Baltoon and... pretty sure it's one of the Asian players from Group A. Yeah, Kyo. Kyo and Baltoon qualify through. It's actually quite a balanced script so far. We've got 2 Europeans and 2 Vietnamese people qualifying through. This group has got a Vietnamese person, actually 2 Vietnamese people, and it's got Tuan LQ and Hung ADC. Hung ADC could actually make it. He's pretty talented. And then the final group has got Khan and Vuvo Van. So, kind of be comedial if we just had the recurring theme of basically European and Asian qualifying all the way through. Sorry, NA. You're not in this one. Actually, yeah, I don't think there's a single NA player that played, right? No. So it's Asia and Europe. That's kind of surprising. I mean, it makes sense to an extent. The most obvious NA players that would play would be Puppypaw and Wham, and of course those 2 are, you know, probably busy getting prepped for a 1v1 tournament that's upcoming. So understandably, not there. All right, so it looks like I think we're ramping up now. We're going to have a few minutes to wait to load in, of course, because we have got that the streaming delay. I have also added something new to the UI that I think you guys will appreciate. I'm all about that production quality, baby. Whoop, whoop. Oh, damn. Kill... What? How does Killjani get Ottomans? It's like his favorite Civ. And it's in a free-for-all setting. And he gets Ottomans. Bruh. Bruh. Sup, MJudgeCler? Is this my tourney? No, this one is not my tournament. This one was organized by Clearman. Clearman's hosting the tournament. He streams on YouTube only. And he's doing the commentary in Vietnamese. So if you know Vietnamese, definitely a good place to be. But we are basically the official English coverage. I haven't been involved in the organizing behind it, though. But props to him, actually. I think he's done a really good job with this overall. For the first tournament, I think I said the minor changes I'd look at is one would be limiting the amount of desyncs. If a player desyncs once and they desync again in a remake, that it doesn't matter. You play on. And the other thing I probably would have changed is the scoring format. I think the top 3 should be a point structure 3-2-1. Just the logic there being is that it kind of incentivizes the final 3 players to fight instead of staying still. Because if you, for example, are third place situation risk, but you kill a player in the process, it's a little bit more rewarding. But for the most, I think the format works quite nicely. A reminder, guys, collusion outside the lobby is not allowed. You have to do it in-game. How many players and how does the tournament work? So we have 4 groups. Those 4 groups, made up of 8 players, are going to play 3 games. We've already had Group A, Group B have already been resolved. We're now to Group C here. After 3 games, the 2 players with the most points will go through to the grand finals period, the playoffs period, which is going to be the final 8 players clashing in, I believe it's 6 games across 2 days, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check that. It might have been reduced to 1 day. It's kind of doable. But it's a pretty interesting format. The way you score points, you get a point for a kill. Whoever wins the entire lobby gets 3 points. So essentially you're getting 4, right? Because you're getting a kill as well. And then in the event of a tiebreaker, whoever achieved that point threshold first. So for example, if one player has 8 and another one then comes along and gets 8. Another one comes along and gets 8. The first 2 that got 8 will be through to the playoffs. The other one will be out of luck. What's up, Ned? How's it going, bud? I assume that's in a good morning sort of way, but at night. It's kind of weird. No matter how much you try, whenever you say good night, it's always going to sound like you're just going to sleep. Who's Unicom? I think you mean Unicom, right? Not Unicorn. Unicom down there. He is a quite high-ranking player from China, so we frequently seen him in like the top 80 on the leaderboard season after season. So a fairly capable player. We don't really have much info on them otherwise. I think they have tried to play in a few tournaments. They just haven't gotten particularly far, is my understanding. So right now, 194, the Great Unicom, is ranked 46th on the leaderboard. And yes, this is like Outback Octagon. I mean, it's fitting, right? We're in August. There's no Outback Octagon, so welcome to War of Lords. But yes, so 194, the Great Unicorn rather, from China. He's 46th this season. Last season he finished 135th. Before that, in season 6, it was 74th, 101st in season 5. So a fairly competent player. Hasn't, like I said, really had any deep runs in tournaments. We'll have to see if he's got a propensity, a talent for these free-for-all environments. Is that my boy Liz, the G, on the YouTube side? What's up, Lizzie? How's it going, buddy? Yo, do I need to organize a Warcraft tournament, maybe? Get Lizard back into action? I hear it's all the rage right now. You guys heard about that, right? Tyler, the League of Legends streamer, rather, he played in the tournament. In the, I think it's like a 5K Warcraft tournament. Everyone was really hyped up about it, like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I mean, I'm mellow about it. Like, let's be totally real. XQC plays Age of Empires 4. It didn't do anything for the game whatsoever. The Vietnamese velodrome. That's definitely one way of going about it. Hell yeah. We're going to be live for a few hours today. So I think we'll probably be live. I'm expecting this series to maybe be 3 hours, top off at 3 hours. Probably be shorter. But we will probably hang around until it's time to eat. By the way, HelloFresh. We are sponsored by them. Take advantage of that. I can definitely highly recommend the sard curry. We had it yesterday. I'm not sure what Emma's going to cook today. But I'm definitely going to record one of them when we cook together. And I'll show it to you guys and show you just how easy it is to follow. All right, that in mind. Sorry, I just got message after message coming through. Shall we get ready? Mum spaghetti? You guys ready for this? You want to see the cool thing I've done with the UI? You're going to love this. Ooh, wait, what's that in the top left? Now, hold on a second. It's just a box, KP. What's the point in that? I'll show you the point. Yeah! We have point trackers! Let's go! Let's go! If I've got a mod in the scene, they can sort the predictions. Otherwise, I'll have to do it for the next game. Because we should probably get underway with this one. I mean, actually, wait, I might have... Give me a sec. We might actually have a previous prediction that has everything we need. It's just a lot of colors to type otherwise. Wait, I don't? Really? God damn it. All right, should I do it now? Usually not too much happens in the first few moments. So, orange, purple, yellow. Goddamn gambling addicts. Guys, you know, if you're a gambling addict, you can actually get more points to gamble with by subscribing to the channel. Did you know that? You know it now, so what are you waiting for? Get the credit card out. And yes, this is live. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, wait, is it working? Yes, it is. Sick. So we have a rotating score tracker for all the players. I wonder if I should remove it for the time being. We'll see. Oh, and I'm missing the logo. Sorry, guys. Apologies. For some reason, it didn't pop back in. There we go. It's time for more competitive free-for-all action here in Age of Empires 4. Welcome back, one and all, to the $1,000 War of Lords tournament. We are here for Group C, best of 3, featuring a bunch of prominent and familiar names. We've got Kiljardi in the orange, somehow rolling one of his favorite civs in the forms of the Ottomans. I do not know how this man does it, but he does it bloody well. It's actually kind of an insane grab for a guy. I know he's absolutely in love with this particular civ. Loves to get his hands on it. He's one of the few players trying to make it work in 1v1s right now. We've got 3D Clan's Garnath, who is going to be playing on the Juji, a potent civ, surprisingly enough, in a free-for-all environment. Next to him is going to be Popo, who is one of the Asian players, as the English in the blue. We've also got 194, the Great Unicorn, who is a greatly skilled player from China, actually. He's consistently ranking in the top 100 in the world right now. He'll be in the purple as a Delhi. To the north, we're going to have Voldemar, the kid, the Dane himself, on the Ibis in the green. A surprisingly effective force in this tournament format for free-for-alls. To his left is going to be a Korean player in the red, playing as Order of the Dragon. And off to the side, in the teal, I believe, this guy decided to not change his name Okay, sorry. It's Tuan LQ is who this is. He just decided to write it in kind of an annoying way. And then finally, we've got Hung ADC, a very talented player from Vietnam in the pink playing as Order of the Dragon. Really big shout out to the Vietnamese community, by the way. They came together to make this $1,000 tournament happen. They didn't just make it internal. It's basically Europe versus Asia at this point. And really big shout out to Clearman, who has been hosting these on the YouTube side and providing the Vietnamese commentary, who put this all together. So, way this format works is any kill is worth a point. Winning the game is worth 3 points. We do have Regicide on because, honestly, Regicide is just better. Some people argue against that. I will argue against them. Regicide at least incentivizes you to go after kings and get kills. King feeding is banned. Any sort of griefing, intentional collusion that happened out of game is not allowed. You have to collude in the in-game chat where everyone can see. And it's very similar to Outback Octagon in regards if you want to compare it to tournament. I do really like the scoring format here, which is just basically the win gets 3 points and everything else is worth 1 point in terms of kills. I think it has a really nice balance to it. And we've already seen some insanely hyped games. I think the thing that has been really refreshing to me is this game mode. When Regicide first came out, people were still playing old school free-for-all mentality, which meant that the games were really slow and kind of tedious. But gotta say, I'm glad we did tune in for Group B yesterday because it proved just how rapido these formats can be when the reward lies in the kills. I think we were averaging about 30-minute finishes for free-for-alls on the largest maps, which is insane. Some of these players are definitely going to want to cozy up and play for the late game, though, and I wouldn't be surprised if Killjardy is one of them. No fishing to work with, down in the corner, playing as the Ottomans. Has got access to gold on the Ford expansion, and it wouldn't be contested there. Has got retracted gold up on the high ground. For the most, this is a fairly open map, I'd say. There is quite the muddying of resources to the north side. That could really benefit the French player. I think French, like in free-for-alls, they usually want to be able to play into Mass Knights in the late game, but that's, of course, insanely expensive. I find it becomes less expensive when you've got about 50,000 gold near you. No, I'm not even exaggerating, actually. It's more than that. So he's got, on this screen alone, this one screen has 32,000 gold. Up here, he's got, what? I think that ends up being probably about another 30k. I don't think I've seen a gold spawn this dense on the edge of the map in a very long time. Gotta keep an eye out for who's going to be fighting early as well. I mean, Voldemar plus the Korean player and Red being close together. Considering those civs as well, I can see a lot of aggro coming this way. Order of the Dragon, definitely a civ that can try to party in the early ages, in the feudal age, especially around those men-at-arms players. And then you've got the Iobids that tend to kind of rush up. And what an opening play. Okay, the kid is cooking, guys. We've got Logistics Wing Feudal on the way. So this is going to be a fast castle build out of Voldemar. And he's doing it in a way that he's able to hoover up some of the relics straight away. I'm expecting him to go after the relics that are not near his base here. So he wants to scout quickly. He's found one over here. Oh, are you kidding me? Did he not glimpse? Okay, he sees the one over here. I reckon he's going to go around the back of Red's base and yoink these away. Center of the map makes a lot of sense as well. On average, you tend to get 3 or 4 relics around the center of the map on most spawns here. Killjardy seems in a good spot. In a way, so here's the awkward, like, deceptive nature of feeling like you're in a good spot. It seems like a good spot until you remember that getting kills is just as valuable as winning the game, right? Like, if you're so far away that you can't kill anyone, but you then go to the showdown and you win anyway, you will get 3 points. The guy who you're facing may have killed 4 people. He'll score more points in that game. So you definitely want to find a way of being present early and enabling yourself in that regard. Sultani Trade Network as an open is quite intriguing here. The problem in this game is Killjardy doesn't really see a trade post, and it's not going to be better for him when he discovers where the one is. All of them are far north sides, so at least on the opposite side, but it's not exactly a free trade, right? I think he was hoping maybe that the water side would have something around it. Then again, like if you're trying to go for a fast tech up and you have access to a lot of food, this can make a lot of sense. In general, I'm a bigger fan of Madrissa. I think players for a while were shifting towards Sultani Trade Network, especially in 1v1 formats, but it was very hit or miss. It didn't really feel like it was giving anything substantial compared to Madrissa, whereas Madrissa gave you more ability to be present in feudal age. That in mind, I think we are going to be heading probably towards a multi-TC build from Killjardy. 7 people on the stone definitely suggest that. And he has already got the resources for. So we're probably going to see a TC drop on the west side here. Deer, berries, plus the gold. A lot definitely to lean towards there. What elsewhere? Looks like we got a TC drop coming in from... Oh, I'm going to have to get used to it now. It's Tuan LQ, right? It's just he's typed his name in reverse. Yeah, Tuan LQ, I believe, was one of the... I think he was one of the Vietnamese players, if I remember correctly. No, yeah. Hung ADC and Teal here are the Vietnamese players. Voldemar's Dane. Garnaf Russian. Unicom is Chinese. Killjardy is Finnish. Popo, I can't quite remember. And I know that Red is Korean. Oh, no. What a play from Tuan. I can't believe that. Voldemar tried to yoink it away, unable to do so. And remember, guys, the sad reality is Voldemar... Wait, he did scout it afterwards, but he didn't go back. I guess the issue now is the TC is up, so he didn't realize he could run around, because if we check his vision, yeah, he didn't check to see if there's a way around the back here. So he's now going to, what, run to the center of the map first, hoover those up, and then long-term come back for this. In fairness, he has plenty of time, right? And before anyone says he's sleeping, remember, he's not sleeping. Voldemar just can't even pick up yet. He's still a minute away from Castle Age. And you don't really want to walk in here, right? Like, if you walk in here, you're going to get walled in. And even if you block the wall, if you get distracted by something else for 10 seconds, your opponent's going to wall around you, and you're just going to be stuck. So I don't think that was a mistake by Voldemar. It's just unfortunately he shows up this early, revealing his intent and allowing Teal to react to it. Thinking yellow in a pretty damn good position here, by the way. Damn, Garnaf is vibing right now. And, oh, you dirty boy. Is that real? 48 food, 28 wood, and 50 gold. So 126 resources meditation garden. Pretty damn good, actually. Also allows him to lock down now in this area, outpost going up, because he needs gold access. He has got the gold at home, but he wants to try and have enough to play into that late game. Usually if Zhuji do manage to survive into Imperial Age, their comps become quite expensive on the gold side. So this just gives you that extra runway. And it's also starvation, right? Like, you're actually taking resources that Killjardy is going to need away from him. And Killjardy doesn't even know that he's got this 8k vein here. So he's likely to try and contest towards this area eventually and discover that most of the value is already gone. Voldemar first to the age up. Relic should be getting pinched and on the way home already. In fact, yeah, 1 and 2 already coming. So it goes wide. Should be an immediate moss drop. Can even add in another dervish or two. Definitely worth it considering no one else in the game is up in castle yet. Your goal here is to try and hoover up probably at least 5 relics. Especially considering there's double Order of the Dragon players. So remember, it's not just the value you get, it's now the value you take away from these other civs that utilize it incredibly well. And Hung is definitely trying to do that. He went for a Castle Age rush build with Order of the Dragon. Makes a lot of sense when you've got fishing behind you. Obviously, you're a little bit slow to start picking up relics. That's the nature of the Regnets. And in fact, it looks like Unicom is making a similar play here. Compounded Defender now coming in. This is kind of vile. Remember, you can have a lot of skulls out at this stage. And he's going to yoink away a lot of critical relics that every player is looking towards. Okay, so really good start for Unicom now. 3 relics on the way home. Or was it just the 2? He has a scholar out somewhere. Okay, he's capping the Sacred Site for the extra gold. So he's got 2 coming back. Voldemar already locked into. He's going to go for the 3rd, which should be attainable. The others, not so much. Teal has 2 of these more or less locked in, I'd say. Now with the Castle Age arriving for Tuan, I think he's going to be able to secure this one before someone yoinks it away. And that's pretty bad news for Hung, then. I don't think there's any relics he can grab. Oh, wow. No. Guys, there's nothing. He's going to start shifting north side, but we know that's already blocked out. We know there's knights. There's 1 relic down here that I don't expect anyone to really notice because it's just hidden or up on the cliffs. But that's it. Everything else has been carved up, right? Between green, purple, and teal, all relics are going to be accounted for. And yeah, I do agree. I'm not the biggest fan of Order of the Dragon with the fast castle builds for this very reason. Like, compared to HRE, for example, if you're HRE versus Order of the Dragon, you can't just rush castle on both sides because HRE has an inherent advantage. Looks like we have got a little bit of skirmishing. Early Palace Guard coming out from Garnaf. A bold choice up against Mass Lombos. He's going to have to back away. So Popo able to defend himself. However, keep in mind, Garnaf does have a lot of food with fishing, so he can scale this up. Outpost rush is going to be coming in on... Oh, no. Unfortunately, Garnath not quite in range to block this outpost going up from Kiljardi. So a blocker to the gold gathering. Villagers are going to have to hide just near the outpost. Kiljardi already proven to be a little bit of a nuisance. Remember, he's 2 TC. Garnath, meanwhile, I think is looking for a tech up, probably. I don't feel like you want to just keep scanning the pass guard this way, right? Maybe his paranoia is that Kiljardi is going to get popped. Or Popo is going to get popped by the other person. Yes, I just said that. And as a result, he wants to yoink the early kill because that completely skews the dynamics, right? If you have 50 extra population to work with, you're very content to play up against, say, Ottomans. You're very content to play up against English. Both of those civs are a little bit more vile to have to encounter in the late game as usually if you're only at 200 cap. We did get Guildhall on the north side, by the way, from the French players, who have a lot of scalability deep in this game. Remember, he blocks out a majority of the gold on the map. I'd say under his rule, he easily has a quarter of the gold on the map. I think we're closer to a third, actually. Things are getting uncomfortable between Voldemar and his Korean neighbor here. Red just relying on static defenses to try and hold. He got 1 relic. So 1 relic. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Hung ADC had to go for the tech up, but he does so with a grand total of 0 relics in his regnants. Not ideal. The nice thing about free-for-alls, though, is you can always get more relics before the game is over, even once they've all been yoinked, if you think about it. Right, in a 1v1, if all the 5 relics are taken by your opponent, you basically won the game if you've got 5 relics back, usually, right? They're already dead. And here, there's maybe some bounce-back opportunity. For now, we focus on what's happening on the east side. Garnath marching in. Starting to pressure into Popo. Does this really work? I mean, his economy should be good enough, right? To just keep running him down like this. Remember, he's got fishing. Meanwhile, Popo is 1 TC feudal age. He tries to hide in the choke points, but I think Popo is close to just being broken here. If Garnath has more troops prepping behind this, which he most definitely does with the Rams as well, we could be seeing our first elimination. Popo, only a few longbows left over here. Villagers are also going to start to get idled out. We've already got a bunch of them hiding in the TC. Even a few Lombos are waiting inside there. And the Rams now shuffling in. He could even just try to deny the Council first to make this easier. Meanwhile, Kiljardi is at least building up a force, and no. Oh no! Hung, he came all the way around the lake for that at the worst possible time. Now feels like a good time to say farewell to our first player, Popo. Needs an out here. Villagers are just idling nearby to try and repair, but if we check his resources, Popo, he has got a decent amount of wood to make this happen. Shortbows are being pulled, but not ideal up against Palace Guard here. Especially considering how long your attack animation is. It means the melee units can just wallop you back. Popo just spitefully trying to take as many with him as he can. Ram is going to start to get targeted. The King just about garrisons. Oh my god, I was worried. I thought Popo for a second there was going to spawn a new villager and garrison them instead of the King. The villagers just slowly getting whittled down. I mean, it takes, at this stage, what, 3 flurries to kill a PG? And you're out of TC range, so you do not attack quickly whatsoever. No textiles either means no substantial force to defend with. Villagers are going to be pulled out to try and shenanigan onto the Rams. But you're pretty much at death's door at this stage. There's already maneuvers elsewhere. Teal, oh my god, wait, what? Tuan, I think he scoured this. He might be trying to steal the kill. Popo, about to go down. TC, the Palace Guard need to move in fast here. Looks for the King. Moving around the back. No reaction out of Popo. I think he's accepted it. If he moves now, it looks like feeding. So he stands his ground. The Knights are going to ride in. The King needs to die fast here. Can he get the kill? It's going to be tight. But he secures it. Oh my god. Tuan, with the final tap there, steals away the population and the kill. That was vile. Teal stealing a kill from the other side of the map. And not just that, folks. Now it's Garnath in trouble. Hit comes in from Hung ADC and Tuan as well. Both of them looking onto the Juji player in this situation. It's a scavenger hunt for the kill between the two. But who is going to claim it here? Tuan goes around the back after the villagers. They need to be very careful. This is looking a little bit like collusion right now. In the meantime, oh, Voldemar grabs one as well. So red is out also. We're distracted by what's happening here. So we've got 2 players eliminated so far. And Killjadi is definitely coming for the party. So let's update those scores. So far, we have got a kill on the board for Tuan. And we've also now got 1 for Voldemar. But it's going to be 2 for Tuan. Or are we going to get another point in the mix of Hung? Let's find out. Killjadi hunting. He's arriving. Right now, Hung ADC is the right location, but the other three are here from Tuan. And the King, he makes a break for it. Got enough. Nowhere to run. Killjadi, can he get the final strike? No! Tuan makes it 2-0. Two on the board now for one of the Vietnamese. In fact, right now in this lobby, it's Vietnamese and a kid. That's the story. Voldemar, the only European to score a point, and we are €1 down. And another one a mile away from any action in this game. It's a problem. We highlighted this about the Ottomans. Yes, Ottoman OP, Great Bombard OP, blah, blah, blah. But in the late game, you know what's even more OP than Great Bombards? An extra 100 knights running at those Great Bombards. Now the question is, have people scouted? Did they pay attention to who got the kills? I find quite often these free-for-alls, at least half the players aren't keeping track of who claimed the life. It's really important to coordinate that information though, so you can go in for the snipe. Meantime, Hung ADC. He's prepping some better defenses for his king. He's not going to full volley to the same. Interesting he's playing mass cav, but I guess you kind of have to, right? Like, you're trying to raid for king kills. You're seeing it already. We've seen it. Actually, it's quite a frequent recurring experience in these free-for-alls, right? We've seen it from Core yesterday when he went mounted samurai spam and just roamed around the map. We're seeing it in this game from Tuan, LQ, with the mass knights of the French. It's interesting as well. You'd think for this type of timing, maybe Royal Institute would have been more worthwhile, but I don't think Tuan really cared. The Guild Hall just gives that natural kind of overflow effect, so you'll eventually end up in Imperial anyway. Unicom's been very quiet in his corner, guys. I don't think he's really that threatening right now is the problem, though. I mean, Delhi late game is pretty insane, but I feel like at this pacing, considering you're playing mass cav on mass cav, you're going to need a 50 pop cap booster, right? At this pace, I'd expect Tuan to just run away with this game. If he's allowed to kind of chill and boom up now, French Knights en masse with an extra 100 population with this level of gold access, making it feasible, is more scary than anything else in this game I can see. Looks like I've got Voldemar just actually going for extra TCs now, so playing a little bit late into the game. Up to Golden Age 3. I think maybe Voldemar could deal with the French Knights in a weird way. Desirees are kind of underrated in the hyper late game. Especially if you choose to go up with the military wing reinforcement, it's kind of bonkers just the damage you can do. In the meantime, we actually have got a tech up come from Killjadi, so we are in the late game for the Ottomans now. That's fantastic. All those great bombards, and all you have to do is wheel them across a gigantic map. Yeah, it's not ideal. Looks like we've got a move out here to contest Hung ADC's attempt to dive in. Yeah, and this is the problem, right? It's like this is probably the hardest player to try and dive for early on. The reality of what you're dealing with here is everyone is building mass cav against a Civ. Deals with mass cav really well. It's Janissaries, right? So I think they need to just avoid Killjadi, like the plague. Instead, we're going to have Unicom striking in towards Hung ADC's base here. Not ideal though, right? Like coming so far across the map, you simply just don't have the firepower to dent this. Unicom is still in age 3. Meanwhile, he's fighting up against these elite Gilded Knights that basically have 2x their health with these Lancers. Meanwhile, keep drop now coming in. Tuan's trying to protect himself here. Little raid is going to connect there, but looks like it's going to be a counter raid coming through. Tuan now making his own move into the Delhi economy. Notice Voldemar is making no enemies right now. He's vibing, he's chilling. He's already done his little bit of killing. He's got a decent amount of space to work with here, gold veins as well, so he's not going to exhaust his resources too quick. He might want to consider contesting north side, where we've got some weird crop circles in the form of walls going on, because that's going to matter long term. guys notice how my game runs pretty smooth when we watch these free-for-alls? It's because of that right there. What's on your screen? The AMD. The CPUs. The IUs. Always Ryzen's. Go check it out right now. We partnered up with Scam, partnered up with AMD. Click that link. It does me a big favor. It lets them know that you love to see AMD and Scan supporting me and supporting Age of Empires 4. So check them out today. They've got insane deals there. And you get a bunch of games back for purchasing their products. I can tell you, some of those games are absolute bangers. So things have slowed down a little bit, right? Kildadi is starting to slowly extend out. He needs to get some stone walls up to feel secure about moving out. Like, this is a negative, right? Is at this stage, you know, Sipahi are good, but usually you want to have a lot of these Jannies in. Seems like Kildadi is going for a slower comp that looks to eradicate. Meanwhile, a lot of the other players are playing fast. Ping and Teal are allies? I'm starting to think so. And I'm assuming that they've typed that in the in-game chat. For those who don't know, the rule set for this is that you cannot, there's no coercion allowed outside of the games. So if you want to team up, you have to make it very clear to everyone in the lobby by using the all chat. Who do you think is going to die next, guys? I'm curious, actually. What were your predictions? Let's have a look. Okay, so half the people thought Orange was going to win. Damn. Killjoy on Ottomans, I'm not surprised. Second place was 29% of the votes on Pink. So actually the front runners here are still in. In fact, anyone who had more than 10% of the votes is still in the game right now. Look at you guys. You know your Age of Empires. And Voldemar's position is decent. It's not insane, right? He's got, I think, 3 relics in total. 4. Which is respectable. But he kind of needs to secure one side or the other. Either play into Tuan or play into Unicom. I'm just a bit worried that like Pink and Teal are working together. And if you go after Teal, like Purple's going to backstab you. But if you deal with Purple first, you could just get dove by the 2 players from the West, right? So yeah, pretty scary situation overall. Killjoy, look at this. We're marching forward, folks. No Great Bombards yet, only Mangoes. But he might be able to hunt for a kill. Because remember, in this game, Hung ADC did not follow the standard play. He didn't go Elsback. He actually went past the Swabia, so he doesn't have an insanely impenetrable base. You don't necessarily need Great Bombards to break this. And also keep in mind, right now, Hung ADC's army is all Gilded Knights, and they are not home to fight. Even if they were, the Janissaries might prove problematic here. Got to move in. Interesting choice to be on the melee armor. Not someone I would have expected here. The attack speed is pretty good for the Jannies. And also, +2 melee armor doesn't really feel that impactful against Gilded Knights. They hit so hard, it's kind of irrelevant. Just going to keep pushing in. There's a claim in the center. Hung ADC just trying to move out for a keep drop. Is going to get blocked out by Unicom here. Meanwhile, the dive moves deeper. Mango's on the move. Cannon emplacements are coming in. So right now it's kind of problematic. Killjoy's army doesn't look big enough to dive these static defenses, but he can at least starve out the food. And now he's going to have to take the main fight. Gilded Knights riding in. They have got that charge, so damage reduction while moving forward here. They jump on top of the Janissaries. Mangonel shots are coming through. It's going to be good enough, though. The melee armor's helping out a little bit, but the Janissaries slowly getting mincemeated down. Gilded Knight count being brought low, and the Mangoes seem like they've done enough. An insane fight out of Killjoy. Second wave is at least going to mop him up, but he completely evaporates the Gilded Knights. Oh my god. And that's an expensive loss, right? Hung had about 30 of those Gilded Knights. They're 480 resources each. A painful loss to try and replace for a guy that now has a grand total of 0 gold income due to the blocker on that keep drop and the fact that he's playing a 0 relic Regnitz game. I can't believe he even tried to keep scaling Gilded Knights this long. Hung ADC, like knowing that you've provoked the Wolf in the south playing the Ottomans, it feels like it's just a folly to play even deeper into this cav count. But I think they were hoping for maybe one more almost free kill before everyone set up and defended themselves. Doesn't work out that way though. Now while Hung ADC is weak, Tuan is going to find himself engaged. Voldemar is starting to move in, so if there was any collusion, any teaming shenanigans going on, it's a bad time to need a teammate. Because he definitely can't help you right now. Flash is going to come in. These are the Abbasid Spears, and we do have the extra armor. This is sick. Look at the Desert Raiders right now. 11 melee armor up against Knights. This is the way. This is how Voldemar does this. If he can get a bunch of Desert Raiders together, he can break this Knight formation. But he needs more. Spears. Does he have the Phalanx? I'd be really surprised if he doesn't. Kind of feels like he's missing it. There we go. He's stabbing the second wave. Yeah, an expensive fight out of 2-1. I'm not really sure what he was hoping for here. I mean, Voldemar, maybe he didn't realize that Voldemar is also 250 pop, so he has that extra leverage. 2-1, meanwhile, he got 2 kills in this game, yet he's sitting at 190 population. He's not even leveraging these early kills. I think he was hoping to get more economy, get more time before he had to fight. But Voldemar may have sniffed out a weak point here. Voldemar, who, by the way, is well and truly cozy here. He's sitting on 44 farms at home. His economy is up to 147. He's got 4 relics. Right now, Voldemar is by far one of the biggest threats in this game. These scores are actually truthful. Killjadi and Voldemar are the biggest threats on the map. More Desert Raiders now arriving. Dear. You don't see it very often, but when Ivids get to the hyper late game, I actually think Desert Raiders is the way. It's crazy the way that infantry support works. +3 armor is bonkers. He's sitting on 12 melee armor on veteran Desert Raiders. When he goes up into Imperial Age ones, elite Desert Raiders, guys, that becomes 13 melee armor. Not just melee, right? He gets the +3 on ranged as well. Villagers just trying to rush up some sort of semblance of a standing defense here, the Siege Workshops, to get Mangoes out. Doesn't really seem to be working out too well for him, though. 2-1 has hemorrhaged a lot of economy. He was about 140, now down to 115. Military is nigh on non-existent. Meanwhile, Voldemar consistently holding at about 240 population. It's not going to be a quick death. There's a lot of base to break through here, but 2-1 is slowly being killed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hung ADC has been able to kind of march out, secure some resources. A little bit of gold is starting to trickle in, but this is still incredibly underwhelming. I actually think what Hung ADC needs to do, and I don't think he's realized it, is he should realize it because he dove the base earlier, is that Garnath has got a dock here. You're allowed to trade with dead players. He should genuinely just set up some trade ships. It's not going to be great income, but it's better than the non-existent gold income you currently have. Damn, there's a big stalemate over here. And for good reason. Unicom's engaged with Killjadi right now. I was starting to wonder why Purple isn't griefing Voldemar's assault. Now we have the answer to it. Keeps also starting to fall as the bombards are arriving. Quite a few bombards at that. I really would like to see Voldemar just get the tech up on these Desert Raiders. You've had like 3 batches by now. It would have been worth having elite tech. It definitely pays off. I think maybe at this stage he's just kind of forgotten it because he's pretty much spamming spears and crossbows and the Desert Raiders are free. But there we go. Now on the way. So only 14 seconds out. The reason this is really important is at this stage, look how big he is. He's got Golden Age 5. Desert Raiders are actually an MVP now. The attack speed increase allows them to just Gatling gun down their targets, whether in ranged or melee form. You can see if they're in ranged form, they basically attack at the speed of a Gilded Archer. Which is wild to say out loud. Knights. Good luck with that. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time before 2-1's dead. Southside, I'm question marking this, man. Killjadi just doesn't have the mass together to make this type of push. We mentioned this as a weak point for Killjadi, right? It's like when you start in a corner like this in Regicide, if the enemies near you die before you can get to them, you're at a really big disadvantage even with a late game Civ. Even more so with a late game Civ like this. Like, the Ottomans tend to play around slow comps. They can play Sipahi, but they will also play a lot of Janissary and Siege. That means it's not very easy to reach across the map and kill your opponent, right? Especially if you're relying on the military schools to reinforce you. They're an entire map away. So in this situation, Killjadi essentially needs Unicom to overextend, run out of resources, and then leverage an eco advantage to beat him back. Because running into the base like this is just going to keep ending the same way again and again. Voldemar's coming knocking. We've even got the Culverins now coming through. Pink is pushing in, but reactions there. Killjadi gets the troops in position. You'd think Horseman, that's got to counter a ranged unit, right? Right? No. Maybe a Great Bombard if it has enough time, but definitely not this Janissary who completely butchering Hung ADC's cavalry for the second time this game. You've got to wonder how many Stallions have to die before you learn your lesson. Hung ADC keeps trying to use cavalry heavily to leverage an advantage, and it keeps costing dearly. I have to wonder why we're not looking at maybe like, you know, it's going to sound weird, but Spears and Archers. He kind of needs Spears and Archers here. He doesn't have the gold income to really do anything gold heavy. Even the crossbows is kind of questionable as time goes on. You can maybe get away with like Spear hand cannon here. But what he's doing right now is always doomed to lose to Killjadi's comp. The question is Unicom going to be Hung ADC's saving grace here? He's moving into the mid-map. He might be aggravated by the fact that Killjadi attacked him. He doesn't know where Killjadi is, though. He can assume he's on that south side, but I think he has scanned, right? Yeah, so he has seen some kings recently. They might be more interested in dealing with the player that has extra population space, i.e. green and teal. Voldemar's staking his claim now. It's a lot of gold to work with. Corellani's playing crossbows, right? So he's being quite budgeted as well. He's going to have a lot of runway here. Usually you want to switch hand cannoneers at this stage, guys. The reason is this particular Civ benefits a lot from high base damage units due to Mamluk's bravery. So late game, you're usually looking at Ghoulems and hand cannoneers. But I guess he's thinking, okay, actually, because I'm up against more or less just knights, spear plus crossbow is the most efficient way to counter that. And there are some arbitrary behind this, but honestly, you've got enough siege to deal with them. Dive comes in, though. Tuan just trying to reset things. Can he actually access the siege quick enough, though? It doesn't look like it. So Tuan in with an ambitious dive that looked good at first, striking down 1 or 2 siege weapons. But it's now cost him his entire standing army. Down to, what, 25 military pop? And not much base left over. In the meantime, it looks like Unicom doesn't care about Killjadi. Wait, do they have an agreement? It feels like they just stopped and have retargeted now. So something was said. A charismatic man, Killjadi must be. He seems to have convinced them of the threat, the scourge from Vietnam that needs to be addressed. Horsemen are going for the dive in. Oh, that A-click though. I mean, he's at least edging onto one of the Great Bombards, but he's not actually reaching at all. So instead of killing the thing he needs to get rid of here, he wastes all of his time on the blocker unit. Looks like the front line is at least going to fold, though. Great Bombards will eventually go down. So Hung able to hold for the time being. However, there is a new threat emerging on the east side. And no, there are 3 sacred sites. In fact, Tuan has a lot of gold. Not just because of the veins, but because he has a lot of the sacred sites under his purview as well. Probably not for much longer, though. 2 Christian versus 3 Islamics? I mean, you say that. You say they've divided, but like... Well, yeah, I guess that holds. Even though I'm pretty sure, like... The Ottomans were... I'm trying to remember, because you've got Sunni, and then you've got... I forget the other main one. I'm pretty sure Delhi were the opposing to what Ottomans were. Same with Ayyubids, actually. Funnily enough, they should be killing each other. But those pesky Christians, man. Those pesky Christians. Shia and Sunni, that's correct. Nice, Ayyubid right around the back. We'll be able to clear up most of the siege here, so that is going to at least slow Voldemar down. But there's no denying that Tuan's in a bit of a death spiral here. He can't really get a real military together, because if he waits back long enough to do so, Voldemar is going to gain more ground. Svina gaining ground. Dive now coming in from Unicom. He has got a few of these Sons Elite Tower Elephants here. But kind of needs more, right? I think they needed to time up their attack. Instead, they took it in turns. Killjadi is on the way with new troopers now. He does... Okay, hold on a second. He has the Carrick play. That's a sick idea here, guys. The TC's right on the shoreline, as is the keep. So Carrick spam could actually clear those out and give you an easy king snipe. And that's exactly what Killjadi is up to. Ships now moving north. In the meantime, Army somehow gets erased here. Hand Cannoneers, even without the Tower of Victory, able to brute force their way through here. That might pave the way for a Killjardy kill. Meanwhile, north side, Voldemort getting closer and closer to his second kill of the game. He can taste it right now. So this is maybe the negative of making it dead obvious that you're teaming. Is, of course, everyone else in the lobby wants you gone, especially when your teaming activities got one of you 2 kills. You need to be addressed, right? Lesson that they are now learning the hard way. And this is snowballing really bad. Like, this is actually the worst way you can fight against Ibids. Trickling troops in against Ibids guarantees more and more Mameluk's bravery triggers just come in, right? So then the next wave takes even more damage. It's like it's a... I mean, I'm saying snowball a lot, but it's a toxic effect, right? The problem is Tuan is so paranoid about giving over any ground, he's essentially throwing away any chance of recovering this. Great Bombard's now moving in. Hung ADC needs to run. And, like, I've got a little treadmill in my living room, and I do 10 minutes a day. I mean, dog, you better be ready to run like you're in the woods surrounded by killers. The carrots are coming. The keep is not going to last long. Great Bombard's already deployed and attacking in, and the defenses are failing. Hung ADC has nowhere he can run here. It's becoming undeniable that Killjardy is going to claim ahead. Great Bombards might even get the snipe on the incomplete keep. He does see it. Instead, he starts shooting to the TC. He's going to switch over now. Remember, you take extra damage when you're not complete. So the castle is just going to end up failing here, surely. It does go up. Immediately goes down. E-repairs used on the town center to buy a little bit more time, but Hung is out of time here. It's now a race between Unicom and Killjardy to see who gets the kill. And the King is now running. Hung ADC. He's trying to shift north side, but Killjardy knows. And he has the range. Janissaries get the snipe. Another goes down. And Killjardy now on the board. Nice snipe. Nice timing there. That could have been a little bit cumbersome. He could end up losing the kill to purple there. But Killjardy, not one to ever wait around, and he's still not waiting around. He sees an opportunity for a secondary kill. He wants him gone. Voldemort has been burning that house down up here. He's been burning all of his time attempting this kill. And now, at the very end, Killjardy might come in and snatch it from underneath his nose. It's like the red pass. Wait, is it inoperable? It looks like it's actually not up. I'm not seeing shots come out. So this is a pretty free dive, and he needs this. Great Bombards are on the move. Unicom. He's shifting south side. He's going for Killjardy. Okay, this is big. So, even if he doesn't get the king kill, if this army's not good enough to kill, it means Voldemort guarantees his second kill of the game. And that's important because we remember what we said, like Ottomans on even standpoint in ultra late game are just going to win with Great Bombards, right? Give them extra population, it won't even be close. So if you had to choose, if you're Unicom, you had to choose between one of these two players to get that extra 50 pop, you're probably choosing Voldemort. On top of that, you're in a much better position to try and dive into an Ottoman base with a very slow-moving army than the base of Voldemort, where his army's proven to be a little bit quicker, I'd say, right? Because he's not really relying on the siege. However, with 8 Great Bombards back here, I think Unicom's about to get some bad news. Where's the king? What? Oh, wow, he got the red pass back up. Okay. Just buying a little bit of time. Meanwhile, the dive comes in. No, 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 no. Well, there was an army. Meanwhile, there were some bombards. And there still is? No, they're going to go down. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Tuan has chosen who will be taking his life here. Great Bombard count is too low. Janissary's going to get wiped out. And purple now has the attention to Killjardy. This means that Voldemort can look for a kill. Decent amount of knights left over, but keep in mind that Tuan's long-term endeavors to reboom is realistically not going to happen here, right? He just doesn't have the economy to afford knights en masse. He doesn't have the TCs to boom villages again. So this should be his last stand. This should be his death. Bombards are now moving in. Red Power should just be prioritized here. King is going to come out. He might be just snipe him. There we go. He gets the kill. 2-1. Goes down. After striking early to kill 2, it's Voldemar that strikes late to match it. The kid now leading when it comes to European players' performance with 2 points to the board. Kiljardi with a 1-pointer, and Tuan finishes with 2. And we are suddenly down to 3. 2 Europeans and a Chinese lad. Unicom, not a kill to his name. At this stage, the way that he can decide this game is who kills him. Voldemar with 350 pop can blitzkrieg an Ottoman player with 250. However, if they end up mirrored at 300 on 300, that Great Bombard count realistically could go up to 50. And I do not know what you do if you're Voldemar at that stage. And the score disappears when a player is eliminated, for those wondering what that was. A lot of forward infrastructure here from Unicom. Voldemar, oh, he's going for him. Yeah, so he's not even trying to provide relief here. He's just trying to snatch the kill. We've got the Tower of the Sultans being built up. A pretty terrible unit, but I guess, you know, population-wise, when you've got this much to work with. Free pop. You got an extra 100 pop. You got like 10 of these. Wait, guys, what wins? Tower of the Sultan or Elephant? It's got to be Elephant, right? Yeah, definitely Elephant. I guess it depends. Maybe I think Tower Elephant wins, but I don't think War Elephant wins. Rams and the Tower of the Sultan now moving in. This is rough. I mean, Unicom, he's trying to rack north side, feeling like he might be able to take that fight, but this choke point is at least able to stab down those camels. But second wave now on the way, and Unicom about to lose the main army. It just doesn't actually know it yet. But he's about to find out. Second wave arrives. Imagining shots are coming in. Spears are going to start to spread out. Camels are going to impale themselves on it, but the Ghoulims and the Spearmen of green will easily win this fight. The real winner is over here. Kiljardi gaining ground now with his 7 Great Bombards. Need to go faster, and Voldemar knows it. He starts to move in now. Rams plus the Tower of the Sultans need to go. He needs to find his target. The King is going to be, what, all the way at the back, I imagine? No. Oh, wow. He's sitting in the keep right next to the primary TC. So it's actually not that far to go to reach him here. Voldemar getting rid of all the infrastructure as he goes, right? Purging the ability to build a force behind him. We could deal with him. You do need to be fast about this. The good news is Great Bombards are slow. So Kiljardi is not able to blitzkrieg this fully. But he's actually also not that far away from his kill objective here. Meanwhile, Voldemar has a lot more infrastructure he needs to break through. Bombards are marching forward. Wave after wave is coming in here. Unicom, gotta be said, barely holding on here. A lot of military pop, yes, but not a lot of longevity behind them, right? They tend to just get purged as quickly as they get born. The only reason he's not dead already is that he did supply himself with a big surplus of food here. Over 6,000 in reserve. Voldemar getting ever so close. Is Unicom going to try to move the King? I actually just think Killjoy's got the kill here. All you need to do is deploy him, and here we go. Great Bombards move in. Voldemar a little bit too slow here. And Kiljardi is going to be the Reaper. Voldemar now just trying to rush forward, but it's too little too late. The King hops out. His home no longer safe. Wait, does Kiljardi realize? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Kiljardi does get the kill. Those free spears were so close to snatching it away. But now, in a 300 pop, on 300 pop game. This is where the Great Bombards become a giant question mark for Voldemar. Voldy gonna have to back up here. Needs to consider switching into mass culverins. Gold access is questionable right now. He's sitting on 135 eco, but only 3 of them are on gold. I mean, he has got some relics, but he also hasn't hoovered up the ones that he got access to, so kind of a mistake made there. I think this is just kind of a miss macro. Spears are great, right? But like you're diving into mass Great Bombards. And you see the results. Jesus Christ. I can't with this Civ. Anyone who tells you the Ottomans are fine and balanced, you know you can't trust them. Right? Like anytime I hear someone say Great Bombards are balanced, I'm expecting their follow-up sentence to be, so what is your credit card number, your social ID, and your mother's maiden name? Right? Like, because I feel like I'm being scammed at that point. Ottomans early game, yeah, it's kind of underwhelming. But late game Ottomans are the most absurd thing still in this game. You're about to see why. It's 10-pin Iabid. Oh my god. Voldemar, I mean, this is a death spiral. Unless he can start getting culverins together ASAP. There's a grand total of none right now. Push keeps coming. I'll update it, so Killjadi's now on 2 points as well. And this, whoever gets this kill, it is worth 4 points. 1 for the elimination, 3 for the win. Right now, Killjadi looks like he's going to be reaping it all. Voldemar, okay, so here's an interesting thought. If he had all the stables ready, he could spam Horseman, head into the main base. Because Killjadi won't be able to go through his base quick enough. So he could make a Hail Mary play. The only other way this works for Voldemar is if he gets mass culverins together. But right now, he's just being quite stubborn. Locked in hard on Spears. Oh my. Was locked on hard with Spears. They don't exist anymore. Voldemar at least sustaining the 98 Spearmen, but constantly losing about half of them. Ground is being given over here, folks. King is still in the primary TC. He hasn't got that much to fall back on. Now, guys, I know what Voldemar's strategy is. It's actually genius. You guys just don't realize it. Look at these guys. Do they look like they brought extra cannonballs? Like, really? Do they look like they've got extra cannons to shoot? They're going to run out of ammo. It's fine. And when they do, the kid will strike. When they do, the kid will strip. They're not running out of ammo, are they? Oh, this is just a painful way to lose a game, man. This is the type of death that leads to Reddit threads about Ottoman OP. In fairness to him, he actually is starting to splinter these. So it's only 3 Great Bombards left over. But more should be on the way, right? Killjadi, he just needs to build a few Ford Siege workshops here. He's got stables on the Ford as well. And then he should have what he needs to the push. For now, by some miracle, some power of Grayskull, Voldemar, with just Spears, makes it work. All right, guys, I've worked it out. So all these bodies created a natural body wall that he hid behind the blast from, and then every time the reload came through, they'd charge over. It's like full World War I trench warfare. There's no way he wins this with just Spears. I mean, what does some players say? Spears are the most efficient unit for cost and everything in the game. So technically... Man, he's lost all the Great Bombards as well. What's happening, Killjadi? He's got 7 more. They're just not here right now. Voldemar legit is just building Spears. Okay, he's got 2 culverins now. So a little bit of an assister. Voldemort. Gonna have to back off after that bludgeoning attempt there. The interesting part is Voldemort could actually creep his Sacred Site victory and draw attention to the west side. He hasn't got it like properly walled in, but he definitely has the position to do so in a way that Killjoy doesn't. Pushing comes. No great bombards this time though. They're a little bit delayed. I think Killjoy just needs to wait. He's jumping the gun here. But now that the big guns are here, it's time for Voldemort to get jumped. Brute forces it again. Culverins need to get these shots out ASAP though. Does move in range. Starts to snipe them out. Wait. Okay, so thank God. Ignore me. I thought he didn't have siege works for a second there. I'm used to the old number that used to be right 420, I believe. Well, great bombards being brought low, but all to 24 HP. The Culverins aren't getting the finishing touch here. Okay. Well, Voldemor's at least fixed his economy now, so we'll give him credit there. He's got 56 people now working on gold. 24 people now working on gold. Please just delete the walls. Oh no. He's not going to notice, is he? I mean, you're just going to be distracted by this fight, right? That's a very inefficient economy on the backside. It's unfortunate as well, because Voldemort could easily then bulk up to like 8 Culverins in an instant and build into, say, Golems, which are actually pretty good against Sipahi. He'd probably stick to Spearmen instead, though, but hand cannoneers as well comes to mind. The Ibid hand cannoneers are disgustingly effective in the late game because of the damage buff you get for getting kills. And because you have such high base damage, statistically, you're more likely to get kills than other units in your army. Voldemort just has so much gold to work with as well still on the map. That is, like, long-term a very big issue for Killjoy, right? He's not trading in this game. He doesn't have great gold access. I don't think he hoovered that many relics. To say that, he's actually bringing more back now. And passive gen of units only goes so far when it comes to the siege. Speaking of siege, Culverins now getting the snipe outs. Great bombards are no match for that. Just too much Culverin power here. It's a good fight. Voldemort finally getting the comp together. And now you have to be a little bit worried for Killjoy here. Doesn't really have the Sipahi mass to dive in. Also difficult to dive into mass phalanx spearmen, especially when you're going to feed over those Mamluk braveries, which end up killing you even quicker as the fight goes on. So what do you do from here? Do you consider spring with yourself? That feels way too slow and way too ineffective. I actually think Voldemor's got this. I mean, it's kind of deceptive because reduction rates are on his side. It's near his base, right? But Killjoy, I'm kind of underwhelmed by the food. You need mass Sipahi, but you've only got like, what, 1.8k food income? Doesn't quite feel enough. Like, compared to Voldemort here, who has 5,000 food a minute coming in. And his unit that he builds costs less. Killjoy's up to shenanigans. We have got mass rams coming through. That's 30 rams. Okay, this is going to buy some time. Like, these guys are really annoying. 444 HP means they do not die quickly at all. You have to waste a lot of time trying to deal with them. Now the second wave coming in. The bio wave. Killjoy. Oh, he gets in range with the Great Bombard. Decent damage done here. And the Culverins will not be able to get away from this. So, I mean, Voldemort should end up losing them in the retreat. He doesn't really have any quick way out here. Unless Killjoy makes one for him. Well, all I'm going to say is I hope those Springles said thank you. Culverins rather says thank you. Well, I hope you guys don't have anywhere to be. You know how I was bragging about how quick these games usually are and it's incredible? Not today. This is just game one. And I agree. I feel like we've still got some runway in this. I mean, we know what we blame for having some runway still. We blame the Ottomans. Great Bombard OP. And this is a big leverage point for these players, right? Is remember, whoever now wins this is going to end up with 6 points on the board. I wouldn't say it's enough to feel safe to qualify, and it is going to put a target on your back, but it's not such an overwhelming lead by the time you're on game 3, you're still a priority target, right? Like, for example, yesterday we saw a 7-pointer into an 8-pointer, and then you want to get rid of those 2 first in the final round, right? But being at, what would you say it was going to be 6 points? Realistically, someone else can eclipse you. Maybe a second one kind of joins, right? Because we're going to have 2 other players in the lobby that will have 2 points at the beginning of game 2. Kujati coming in again, though. Wait, where are the Great Bombards this time? Not in the party. And in fact, Killjoy... Wait, what? He's spamming Springwalls now. I don't see how Killjoy is meant to get deeper than this with this strategy. He has at least creeped out outposts. Okay, so that's smart. Like, gold starvation is a big deal here. Voldemar won't be able to play Siege long-term if you continue that. However, it's very, 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 very long-term because Voldemar has so much extra gold still sitting behind the base. Not to mention the relic count, right? I think he went up to, was it 4 relics? He might have found a 5th. He could have had the 5th and the 6th over here, right? But he never moved for them. Wait, what are we up to over here? Killjoy is setting up siege workshops. So we've got a creep in from the west side, or at least an attempted one. Meanwhile, front side, Voldemar kind of got a scary army now. The mangonels are in play. So this is like a poor man's Great Bombard in these fights, right? And you're up against Mass Janissary, so even better. And now, in fairness, he is building a lot of spears. So Republicans actually are a pretty smart choice here, even more so with the attack speed. They kind of become Gatling guns. Like 15% doesn't sound like a lot, but when your reload time is just so high, it's pretty impactful. Let's see how impactful. Manganique shots are starting to scud through. And we are getting a lot of Manganiques here. Killjoy is prepping the Sipahi, but wondering if he's got enough. Currently up to 42. We have to remember on the other side is Voldemar sitting at only 23 spears now, actually. So, wait, why is he so hard in the crossbows? I guess maybe Mangoes can just break the Sipahi still. Especially if he fights like this. Sipahi have to contest the west side with the Great Bombards being pushed. Corvorans are now starting to move in. Siege is getting sniped. Mangoes are about to get backstabbed, though, and he needs to get more troops here. Voldemar might be in trouble. Shots come in. A decent flurry, but Sipahi are going to move through. Mango's just going to return fire again. They look into the Janissary mass. They'll wipe them out. Sipahi able to get a bit of the siege here, but I don't think he gets it all. No, there's too many Mangoes coming. So Killjoy is going to lose all the Sipahi mass. Now down to just, what, 34? But I think about 30 of those aren't here yet. They're on the way now. Voldemar. 160 military strong. Killjoy's only at 92. I think Killjoy is suffering from that classic of relying too much on the passive production. In a free-for-all environment, it's kind of baiting. It's not as impactful as you think. It has a measurable impact. But when you're both at 300 pop, you just need an ability to churn units, right? And Ibids have some quirks for that. They've got the 10% increased gathering rate. They have the increased production rate. These are very big boons for their economy. Or rather for that push, right? The production is more about the fact that you're producing a cheaper unit than Sipahi, but you're producing it much quicker, right? Like a Spearman is taking 9 seconds, and a Sipahi takes 30. And remember, Killjoy hasn't ran around building blacksmiths everywhere, so he hasn't escalated the speed at which he produces at all. So, I think the big issue here is even if he did have that increased production, with only 2k food income a minute, it's not affordable. I think Killjoy is dead. He's what, full reset towards his base to try and get a new army together. All the full production's being taken out. Eco's getting shrunk. Kind of looks a little bit lost at this stage. I mean, what would you switch into to solve for this? He hasn't got Mass Jannies coming because the Mangonels. He can't afford Mass Siege because he just doesn't have gold access, really. I mean, he does, but if we're being totally real, guys, he doesn't know that he does. This relic and this gold have been sitting here this entire game. One of the dead players knew about this, but none of the live ones do. In fact, I don't think Voldemar's seen here either. No. Voldemar has never ventured to this side of the map. Voldemar's that classic kid that's like been on holiday to Sweden from Denmark with his parents, but he's never ventured outside of Scandinavia. I mean, Core, the better way of putting it is Killjoy doesn't realize he's dead when he's got 6 villages at 30 minutes in the game. So I'm not expecting him to give up and surrender straight away. But this has kind of reached an undeniable point. Voldemar's eco is just much better. And Killjoy is still doing these shenanigans with Rams that I just don't think are worth it here. Nope. You Finns never surrender? That's kind of ironic because, like, Finn means finished. So you think you'd be better at knowing when you're finished. I think Killjoy is close to done in this one. Great Bombard defense is so much weaker than it once was. He's at 4 Great Bombards this time. Underwhelming compared to where he was prior. Voldemar has started to creep into the main. So starting to harass under the eco. Army's now shuffling over. We've got the Corvins here that could easily contest the Great Bombards. And I believe we still have some mangoes to play with, right? Unless those got sniped. Maybe he just doesn't feel like he needs them anymore. The Rams are coming. Ironically, the thing that Killjoy tried, Voldemar is going to do and have more impact of about 1/6 of the Ram count. Killjoy. We're going to make that last stand. You know what? It's Killjoy, so you probably got 5 minutes at least before your GG's out. So why don't you click on that AMD link while you're waiting? It ain't going anywhere. You got enough time to go across there, edit your card details, get a hell of a good deal on CPU, and then also redeem for 4 free games. And when you come back, Killjoy would have still not called the game. But this one is pretty much done. Killjoy making a glorious defense attempt here. Corverins are starting to snipe out, though. Spiral trades are going to be there. This should be enough to push Voldemar away for the time being. But the reboom is what scares me. Voldemar is never going below about 260 pop. Killjoy, I don't know if he remembers the last time he hit 200. I'm not seeing anything substantial happening on the flanks either. The only thing that's really missing for Voldemar is forward production here, because he is trickling troops from across map. So I want to see more of these Raxes, more of these stables, just basically do what Killjoy done to him. And the difference is obviously Killjoy didn't really benefit as much from those because the production speed was underwhelming, while Voldemar will get a crap ton out of it. And no, there's not a time limit in the rules. Although Sacred Sites are now locked. I think that only just happened, though, so we have got 10 minutes to go. And I would really, 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 really like Voldemar to not walk away from ending the game, please. Really, 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 really... Oh, he's bored. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Funny thing is, Voldemar could have probably capped these sites several minutes ago. Rams are at least now clearing out the siege workshops. Well, Core, in fairness, you didn't spend that much time in the game in general because you D6. So what kind of odds are we putting on this now? I'd give Killjoy maybe like a 12% chance? I think that's generous. Probably 7. Dude, okay, no, I looked at his economy. He's got a 1% chance. Anything's possible, right? Meanwhile, look at Voldemar's economy. A bit drained as well. But he's sitting at max pop, so now he can just get more resources, right? Meanwhile, for Killjoy, he's still got an extra 65 pops to make up. Outpost spam also coming in from Voldy. Killjoy is just not moving the army in a rush, right? Sacred Site attempted decap is going to be coming in. However, there should be enough here to hold this. So Culverin will be able to clear up the Sipahi. Little proxy base area is now getting deleted as Voldemar is circulating around to the west side here. There is 1 or 2 Rams that can still be annoying, but they're not going for the decap. So this is going to be a big stage fight over the center, I guess. I mean, the best thing you can do here if you're Voldemar is wall the west side. Even though he can burn through a wall, you'll know if he's burnt through it, is the idea. It's like maybe Stonewall, I'd say here would be good. Here and here. And that way, I mean, he could technically transport ship, but realistically, the chances are very slim, right? Most people kind of forget about transport shipping at this stage of the game with this state. Just a reminder, by the way, guys, we do have 2 more games after this, but if you're worried about these 2 playing Call of Duty camper mode in the late game, high probability they're going to be targeted very early on for obvious reasons here. Turns out getting too many points in game 1 can mean that everyone wants to kill you in game 2. You know, I actually just think Killjoy goes to the king. I don't know why you're building anything but Spa here. You could legit die for that king. Where is he located now? Looks like he shifted. Where did he move him? He was in the primary TC before, right? He's not anymore, though. Where has Voldemar put his king? I'm trying to find him here. Huh? Am I blind? Is this going to be the blacksmiths from the other day all over again? He's not in the primary. He's not in the secondary. I do not see a keep. Maybe an outpost in the... There we go. All the way on the north side. Yeah, so he's hidden him back. Okay, so the Sipahi raid a little bit harder to make work here, but realistically, there's no walls, right? There's openings. So if you had 120 Sipahi and ran to the backside, scan when you get like here at the farm area, you can still reach. Kujadi instead decides to head towards the main army. Kind of problematic here. The Desert Raiders are a big nuisance for him. The Sipahi just get their damage reduced so much. Not to mention against mass spears. Great bombards though, try to delete them. 6 shooting out here. Spearman are going to have to back away. Heals him slightly. Culverin is trying to snipe, but Spearman is there to counteract it. Voldemar never really running out of troops here. Killjardy, this is his big Falcon punch. He went up to 300 population for this fight. Can he break him? It's looking good right now. Great bombards, forced to retreat. Jani, Sipahi continue to hunt. And Voldemar, where the bloody hell are those Culverins? It's difficult now, right? He's up against 6 Springles with an increased attack speed. So you're going to have to bolt quite a few Culverins here in a game where Voldemar only gets about 1,000 gold a minute. Infrastructure is also starting to get torched down. Can he find those choke points? But as we know, the Great Bombards rule all. Culverins now coming through. Springles trying for the snipe out. They will find it again. And I can't help but feel that maybe the Sacred Site win condition isn't going to work. I'm going to go scream into it for a while. Guardian, 180 military pop now. Voldemar was up there all the time. Remember, the reason why this was snowballing one way is because Killjardy just didn't have the time to get an army together. Like, I think in hindsight, looking back at this game, even if Voldemar wins it, what he's going to realize is he made a mistake not continuing the attack. Full production and a renewed assault, I think Killjardy just gets cracked, right? He needed time to rebuild an army. He just didn't have the resources. He didn't have time to get the passive reduction. But that break was exactly what Killjardy needed to get that killer comp back online. Warps coming in from Mangoes and Great Bombards now. Remember, they do have that attack speed enhancer. So attacking every 5 seconds at this stage. Desert Raiders are going to move in. I don't know if they're going to be able to do this quick enough, though. I mean, they don't get bonus damage versus Siege, right? So it's just the base. Great Bombards are starting to be reached. Maybe. Voldemar has Killjoy overextended again. It looks like it. Front line is gone. It is just Siege left over. Springolds are not in position to snipe out the Culverins. And the Spearmen are starting to reach. So here we go. It falls apart again. Killjoy losing the bulk of the bio. And now the more expensive Great Bombards flopping as well. Okay. And we're 3 minutes away now, folks. Sacred Sites need to be rushed, but the walls are up. Great Bombards not in a position to quickly break them here. In fact, it starts to feel like a little bit of a distraction, really. 4 Great Bombards left over. At one stage, I think he had close to 9. The walls need to be breached ASAP. Wait, does Killjoy not know? Oh my god. He does now. He just scanned it. Or shall I say he just scammed himself here? Oh my god. That is not how you use scan here, sir. If you want to find out how you scan, exclamation mark scan. Hey, but no, that was brutal, man. He was trying to go for a kill now because the Sacred Site time is so low. He's got the Great Bombard in position, so maybe he can still decap this. No, please, God, don't. Desert Raiders moving out, though. He snipes the Siege. It's buying some time. We're down to 2 minutes left on that Sacred Site timer. Great Bombard about to break through the walls here. He needs to move the Desert Raiders fast. All Sieges down on the aggress. Massive troops now marches in, but keep in mind he can trickle troops to pause the timer here. Killjoy down to 215 population again. Voldemar, the lowest he's been, 240. The mass spears can allow a quick reboom here. Villagers are buying time. He needs more. In fact, he needs to be fast about this. Voldemar. Can he get through quick enough here? Desert Raiders are peeling. He's heading in. He's... No, 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 not the A-clicks! Just get in there, son. Don't waste time. Body blocks come through. Killjoy says no. And Voldemar, that A-click may have just cost him. Army's list gonna get wiped. Second wave being pulled. The Spearmen need to be fast about this. Killjoy peels a feeder body block. Voldemar, the A-clicks again! No! Not another 10 minutes of this! Oh. I mean, it's not over yet! Oh, God. I think this is where I go on a rant about why free-for-alls should mandatorily use the resumable Sacred Site timer that we use. If there was ever a poster child for why that should be it, it's this game right here. Killjoy is down 100 pop. Voldemar at 264. Jesus Christ. Outpost has at least scouted what's happening over here. This gold's being gathered. There is extra gold safely behind this dead player's walls, though, so even if Killjoy raids there, Voldemar has a fallback position. We were so close. We almost had it. We might still, though. Killjoy has got 100 military for now. But your opponent has got, like, what, about 60 military pop advantage? And spears are kind of OP at this stage. Mamluk's Bravery, the Phalanx, they're insanely powerful. Like, you're seeing that right. When they get killed, they have plus 10 bonus damage. They hit for 21. This retreat. Aye. What are we doing right now, lads? Killjoy finally realized he just needs to fight. Just screw it. But that's going to be a wipe. And behind this, Killjoy doesn't have that much siege, right? He's at 2 Great Bombards. Only 550 gold income a minute. It may not be a Sacred Site victory, boys and gals, but I think it's fair to say this one should have reached this conclusion. What I just need from Voldemar is for him to take all of his troops and head into the enemy base and not sit on that sacred site for another 10 minutes. Can I get an amen? Can I get a praise the Lord? It's the easy way, right? Like, what I want people to realize is we have God vision, so it's very easy for us to say, oh yeah, just do this. This is how you win. It's obvious to us this is how you win. The reason you're not seeing him make this move, he doesn't know that Killjoy is this weak. Should maybe sense it at this stage. I mean, Killjoy's down to 65 military, 100 eco. At some stage, it should become a little bit more obvious. But when you look at Voldemar's vision, you kind of see why it isn't. How does Killjoy win this now? I still think his best solution is mass Sipahi and go for the king. If you send 110 Sipahi over here, activate Fortitude, the king doesn't get away. He just dies, right? I legit think that's the way that Killjoy could win this. Brute forcing fights, as we've seen time and time again, just doesn't work out. Eventually, the Iabid's defensive production advantage wins. Because remember, because the Golden Ages, they're producing 20% faster, and then you've also got Military Academy. Meanwhile, when you're playing as Ottomans and you expand out to the map, Ottoman sucks because you just don't want to have to take the extra time to build a blacksmiths between all your buildings. So instead of getting the 15 seconds to produce Sipahi, you're waiting double that. And yeah, he lost age 5 a while ago. It's almost back to it though. Oh, that's true. This is primetime Europe, but very late in the evening for Asia, right? Gotta make it easy. Put them all to sleep. Finally, a fight that Killjoy can win. The Sacred Site time is underway again. I feel like I could just go for a bathroom break and come back and the game would still not be over. And we wouldn't have missed anything crucial either. There you go. It's currently 10:30 p.m. in Vietnam. We figured it out. This is going to be the longest game of the tournament, isn't it? I just want you guys to realize there's a statistically high probability that both of these players make it through to the grand finals. Just process that and internally scream. In fairness, we have got the mass cavalry that I was hoping for now, right? 63 Sipahi. It's not really the number I was looking for. But it doesn't look like he's interested in sniping a king, guys. He's going to do it again, isn't he? Well, luckily this time Voldemar hasn't been baited back towards his base. He's actually camping on the sacred site. I'm starting to reach the point where I'm like, is there a limit on how long the video you can upload to YouTube can be? That's my biggest concern. Killjoy and Voldemar are like, hey, you want to go for a record on longest competitive game ever? We're technically in a 1v1. Coverings. He's got a lot of gates here, actually. He can snipe through into the Great Bombards. He's creeping for it very ambitiously right now. Look for the snipe. Tries to get one of them here. Gets it low, gets the kill. Doesn't make it back through the wall, though. A little bit distracted there. Didn't realize it. All Culverins in range, and the Sipahi with the extra range able to get the snipes. However, it's only one Great Bombard. Second one now coming in. Mass Spin and I'll hold the choke point. The Mangoes are working both ways here, folks. It's not just a one-way affair in the siege department. Voldemar is striking back there as well. Also, all these spearmen occasionally walking the walls, just absorbing a lot of archer fire. Killjoy trying to brute force his way through here. Voldemar keeping a steady 300 military production. And the troops are Congo lining in. Second wave now on the way. There's no way he decaps this. I think Killjoy is just going to have to admit the truth. This is done. Finally. Finally, after 1 hour and 23 minutes, the writing should be on the wall. Killjoy, 100 military pop left. But no real front line anymore. And that means the siege cannot stay here. That means we finally are going to get to go to game 2. Well, Clearman, I got one thing I'll say, and that's putting Kiljardi and Voldemar in the same group. Brave. Very, very brave. I can confirm we've been saved. Look, 2x speed. Kiljardi, army getting wiped out. Great Bombard count is now down to what? Probably 1. He's got 2. I'm surprised by that. Voldemar now pushing forward. Funnily enough, if Voldemar just pushed forward, and, like now this is the 3rd different occasion, he could just end the game. Is he just going to walk back to the sacred site? I hope. Please just go. Please don't wait around anymore. There are 6 other players waiting to play some free-for-alls. Next party wave is there, but only 1 Great Bombard means Mass Spears should be able to dive this. There's an attempt to ram through. Unfortunately, this side hasn't been chopped through. It's the wrong place to even try and get some ram shenanigans going. Spim not going to dive in. Great Bombard's going to get sniped. Massive party not going to hold long enough, and that is going to be it. GG is going to come out. The kid finishes game 1 with a powerful 6-point performance. Still 2 more to come. So someone pray for me. For God's sake, why? I'm even just telling them now, because like the people who organized this to me is like, Kiljardi said he wasn't an FFA expert. I'm like, it's not that he's lying about not being an FFA expert. It's that he's an expert in not finding the surrender button. Oh my god. What a long one. Jesus Christ. Hopefully, next one's quicker though. What color is green, right? So choose prediction. Green with the rubber dub dub. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know, I think that what muddied the water in that game is it's very clear that Pink and Teal were colluding. And by the way, reminder, collusion is allowed as long as you're doing it in-game. So if you're saying it in front of all the other players, yo, I want to team up with you, that's fine, right? You've got to be obvious about it, though. You've got to say it to their face. Just like I'm going to say to your face right now that you need to take advantage of that offer. You see that right now? Partner with AMD and Scan. Click that link. Do me a favor. Go have a look. Check out some of the products there. Because you can get your hands on, for example, £400 GPU and then £200 back in the forms of free games. That includes The Awakening, Space Marines 2, which I think is going to be one of the best games this year by far. You can then get your hands on Lies of P or Company Heroes Free, Starfield. The options are there. So be sure to go check it out. Pounds or dollars. I think it's about £50 is the cost of those games. And £400. So convert that to whatever you will. But Scan, they do ship to Europe. I think you can get worldwide shipping, but it will be a little bit more expensive. So check if it works out cheaper for you in somewhere like America. But I've noticed the prices hold up pretty damn well compared to mainland Europe as well. So Scans are a really cool company. I've done like some podcasts and stuff with them before. Really nice people, and basically a reliable company of gamers. And not one they're not one of those very small type of companies that maybe disappears tomorrow. Scan's been around for like I think 20 plus years. They're a very sizey company, very reliable. So a very safe place to pick up all your parts. They even make custom PCs, by the way. And yes, you can trade with Docs, Gujadi. Pretty sure it's in the rules. You can double check. Don't have to take my word for it. But from what I remember reading, you're absolutely fine to trade with dead players. Shipping to EU without paying a kidney. Like I said, double check it. It's been a while since I checked the shipping cost, but I'm pretty sure shipping to Europe is pretty reasonable. Can you guys tell me who won? Not us. Definitely not us. Any 1v1s today? I mean, I was contemplating maybe casting a few 1v1s. We'll see if we get to that. Really depends on how bloody long these games are. If every game's an hour and a half, probably not. But we'll see. Alright, I'm just double checking. I've got a few messages coming through. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anything important. I think we should be good. So they are just prepping the lobby now. So the scoreboard is as follows. 6 points to Vodemar, 2 to Kiljardi, and 2 to Tuan LQ. Who's up next? Same people. It's best of threes group stage. So free game series with these 8 players. The top 2 performers will go through. Right now, Voldemar in a pretty cozy position, but 6 points isn't what I would call safe. If you could get 10 points, I feel like you're almost guaranteed, right? No one should easily be able to match that. But yeah, 6 points is kind of mid. We've seen better performances on game 1, like 7 points. We've seen 8 point a game as well. So definitely nothing locked in just yet. What do you guys reckon, though? Who's going to make it through? Like, based on what you saw in game 1, who do you think is going to make it through to the playoffs? Who won? As I said, Core, not us. I don't feel like we won. That's for sure. It was a Voldy win. So Voldemar has 6 points on the board. Jesus Christ, that game, though. That hurt me. And trade is not forbidden in FFA. You just can't trade with alive players. Oh, guys. Speaking of things that are alive. My casting career announcement just came out. Guess who's working on a Stormgate event? End of the month. Whoop, whoop. That's right. Stormgate Nexus. We're going to be working on it. We're going to actually be the host for the show. So check this out, guys. Whoop, whoop. Boom. Just got announced. So me, Beowulf, Nathanius, Rush, and Lidda going to be doing Stormgate Nexus, which is going to be happening at the end of the event. The month, I think it's $1,000 prize pool, or $2,000, I forget which one. But that's going to take place across, I believe it's 3 different days. You've got some of the absolute best players in Stormgate right now that are going to be competing in that. That does include the likes of the Spanish Bros are going to be there. I believe I think they've got all the top people like Fury and Parting from Aftermath as well. A lot of very talented players going to be clashing there at the end of the month. I can promise you, it will not be the last event you'll catch me on for Stormgate. So pretty cool to like be able to do other games. I think this year has been quite slow for me. It's mainly just been Age of Empires. Shame is Stormgate? I mean, why is that a shame? There's nothing wrong with Stormgate's a fun game, dude. Is it complete? No, but I'm gonna be real with you right now. Stormgate's current state, and I want you to really be honest with yourself about this, funner to cast and watch than Age of Springald Age of Empires 4. Checkmate. Is anyone going to argue? Like, anyone going to debate that? Does anyone genuinely feel like at the bottom of your heart, and seriously, we're going to have to phone an ambulance for you because you're about to have a stroke. Does anyone think Age of Springald Age of Empires 4 release date was better than Stormgate's current state? I'm not talking about AoE 4 first 2 weeks was like, wow, this is really fun. I'm talking about when everyone's like, let's just build siege weapons. Stormgate's fun, man. I think a lot of people saw that yesterday when we watched some of the EWC games. Has a lot of potential. And by the way, for everyone like, oh, the game looks ugly, I don't like the graphic style. Devs have literally already posted about this. It's not the final graphic style. It's not the final sounds. They will get iterated. And I'm glad to hear that. I've said that like there are some things graphically that look incredible, like Vulcans for Vanguards look sick. But there are definitely a lot of other things that don't look right. Like the lighting especially is off, as are the textures. And that's some of the devs have already said they're working on. But the other one is I was really, really excited when I said they're working with sound. Because I think for me, the sound was let down compared to like Warcraft sounds, right? But the good news is they're aware and working on it. Maybe not sold yet. I mean, the difference between that and Age of Empires 4's release date is you can play that for free, though. So AoE4 had 3v3 and 4v4 in release. Yeah, and it was tragically badly designed. Do I need to remind you that you lost your landmarks and died? I don't know, my point is this, that like, dude, the game may not be perfect, but I see the potential. And if you don't see the potential, that's fine. Like, can't force you into liking something you don't like, right? That's up to each individual person to figure out. But I always say to people, A, keep an open mind is always a good idea. But B, also, I don't know, if the worry that you're having is like, oh my god, yeah, people, like, you know, I don't want people to go play Stormgate, I want them to stay on Age of Empires. Like, dude, Stormgate is not going to kill Age of Empires. And vice versa. Different audience, different people. I think the thing that I was saying to someone the other day, one thing that kind of really upsets me in the RTS sphere is there is a very doomsday approach about other RTSs where it's almost like the fans of one RTS want the other one to fail, which I personally see as really, 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 really stupid. And the reason I see it as really, 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 really stupid is you are a niche genre. You actually need each other to make big moves and make big wins. For the genre to ever make a resurgence, right? Like rising, was the classic saying, rising tides lift all ships. That's true for RTSs. You need RTSs to succeed, so a new audience of players come in and go, whoa, RTSs are cool. And then they start playing more RTSs. And they eventually, yeah, rising tides lift all boats. So they eventually end up in new different games. But I have noticed, it's weird. In the RTS sphere, there is a very aggressive versus this game logic that I don't think really exists in other like genres as much. Like FPSs don't really have it. You know, people like Fortnite, people like Apex, they don't really like spend the waking hours attacking the other audience or something, right? Even the whole MOBA thing with Dota versus League, you guys know that that was like a marketing ploy by one of the developers. The community is like kind of bit into it, but I can tell you years later, like, dude, I can play League, I play Dota, I play Heroes of the Storm. MOBA genre is even worse? No. Not nowadays, Turnip, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe like once upon a time, yes, but not nowadays. I haven't felt it anyway in years. In years, I haven't felt this like, oh my god, your game sucked, my game better. Like, someone might go, yeah, I think League is better, I don't like Dota. But it's almost like at that point, okay, cool. The fanboyism of it has disappeared, right? I'd say the fanboyism between like Battlefield and Call of Duty lasted longer. Yeah, you're old school, man. Like, I agree, years ago it was that way. I was that way, you know, like, oh, go League sucked, I love Dota. Now I'm just like, oh, I'll play whatever I want. I played like 4 different MOBAs. I like them all. New Lord of the Rings RTS would be sick. Don't know if we'll ever get that. They're getting in lobby, by the way, so we should be ready to go soon. But yeah, I would even love to just see Battle of Middle-earth redone, but the problem is all the Lord of the Rings-based games are in limbo and will probably never get remade because the licensing agreement could never get renegotiated. That's why they're worth so... If you guys have like Battle for Middle-earth on discs, why it's worth so much is because they've never been digitalized. Because the agreement was between like EA and I can't remember the name of the foundation for Tolkien. And they never renegotiated, right? Same actually with Simpsons Hit and Run. Like Simpsons Hit and Run has always kept its value as a disc copy because there was never a digital release because the rights fell into a giant black hole of legal. Didn't know this. Yeah, Stormgate went free to play yesterday, guys. So if you want to give it a try yourself, I definitely recommend giving the 1v1 a try and seeing what you think. Because the 1v1s is definitely clearly where the most effort has gone right now. I think it's in a fun state. Games are fast. There's some really cool strategies. Definitely not as fun a form, and I think we'll see more. But it can deliver some really, really entertaining games. Next game, yes. We can now hit the observe. So 4-minute delay and then we're in. Hero-driven gameplay. The hero-driven gameplay is specific to co-op. The 1v1 doesn't have the heroes. Although I'd love to see a game mode like that. Total Annihilation Remake. I mean, that already exists, right? That's beyond all reason. But beyond a reason, I just don't think beyond a reason will ever be a good esport. I've said before, I don't think it has the spectatability. Wait, we got some Byzantine this time, though. Kill Jardy on Joan. All right, GG. Kill Jardy ain't making it. Wait. Level 4 Joan can insta-snipe a king, right? Wait. Range level 4 Zhone can insta-snipe a king, I'm pretty sure. With a Q. I'm pretty sure she does have a high enough base damage, yeah. That's a huge kick W, dude. Oh, man. And yeah, we should be covering the games tomorrow as well. Hopefully, I mean, I know Beastie likes his late game, but hopefully we'll see people play with a rapid pacing in Group D consistently as well. Group B has been my favorite so far. They were fast and furious. But Group D has... so I'm trying to think, like, do we have... I don't think you have that many aggressive players in Group D. Yeah, Group D is full of, like, mid-late game players. Oof. Yiku's by my sneakers. Yeah, double zone, baby. Don't you just love it when you snipe the enemy zone and you get no XP for it? Isn't that fun, guys? I don't think we got any OP civs here, right? Maybe Biz is the closest. Wargaming owns the Total Annihilation IP. Do they actually have the right to the Total Annihilation IP? I know that they own... Whoa, okay, that loaded much quicker. Oh, we had a crash, didn't we? Yeah, it's going to be a remake. So, I know that Total Annihilation... So, I know that they bought the studio of the guy who, like, made Total Annihilation. So, they have rights to some of the games, but I don't know about Total Annihilation in particular. Alright, so, remake it is. I love it. Sounds like, yeah, like, I love a quick game. How about that for quick? Alright, so already in lobby. Apologies, folks. Should be underway in a sec. Like, the moment it loaded up quick, I was like, hold on. Pretty sure it usually only does this for one particular reason. Oh, that reason. Yeah, that would be it. So... Ah, so they did get the Total Annihilation. Wait, a Master of Orion? Oh, okay. I didn't know about the Master of Orion one. So for those who don't know, when that acquisition happened, it was kind of sad, actually, because Chris Taylor was working on what I can only describe to you as basically like Total Annihilation in medieval times. It was kind of like Total Annihilation meets Warcraft. So I think it's called King of Kings or something like that. And the whole idea is that you just basically... You had, like, your blimps, you had, you know, your catapults, your knights, all of it. So it was pretty much like Age of Empires in a Supreme Commander Total Annihilation world. Or beyond a reason for people who've seen that. And sadly, it didn't get completed because of the acquisition. Kings and Castles. Yes, I think that was the name. There you go, Jarman. Yeah, that's the attitude I recommend people to take. Dude, like, the game is free. Literally download it, give it a go. It's like, I get it when there's a cost at least. You're like, oh, this doesn't feel like it's my vibe. But like, dude, if literally it's just downloading a game to try it, I'd recommend at least giving it a go. If you've only played Age of Empires your whole life, how do you... Like, dude, it's like if you've only ever eaten vanilla, how do you know if you like chocolate? Right? Random civ again? I don't know. Usually when it's a remake, they use the same civs. So I think they'll probably use the same civs. That's been the way it's worked so far. Your time is too valuable. Okay. Are you one of those people who, like, plays a 30-minute game? It's like, I can't believe he's wasting my time. AoE4 set the bar pretty high. In some ways. In others, no. I think pacing is always, like, you know, AoE4 is more casual in its pacing. I will say Stormgate's more competitive in its pacing. But, like, my argument with that before was like, oh my god, I don't want to play a game that requires that much APM. I think one of the alienating things is people they watch, like, StarCraft 2 pros, like, well, I don't have that APM, I'll never be that good. You don't have to be that good. There's nothing wrong with being bronze in a game. actually fun. Like you know, even from a content creation side, I guarantee there's people who are bronze level out there that if they put their effort into content creation, they'd be as entertaining as me, Beastie, Dumu, Drongo, anyone. Right? It's just the way you frame it. But you know, obviously you want to try to improve and be better, and you want to win, and you will win. Right? You'll win at your rank. There's like the whole logic when people are like, oh man, yeah, like, dude, I don't see the point because I'll never be able to beat Parting. Do you think you're ever going to be able to beat Beastie? It's literally the same statement. The pacing's just different. Alright, looks like we're getting ready again. Validating your bronze skills. What? Big boy. Alright. So yeah, same civs as before, right? No? Oh, okay. I guess because it ended so fast, like because someone crashed straight away, they just done a random again? The rules are meant to be that you pick the same civs again on a remake. For some reason they haven't. So we've got double H3 this time, only one zone. Killjoy lucked out and got Marlians instead. Marlians are actually pretty good for this format because they have a really good timing to go and kill people. Same as Japan, actually. Japan and Marlians are pretty good with this point format because of how quickly they can flood and go for king snipes. Good old Command & Conquer. Yeah, dude, I want the Red Alert 2 remaster already. Do you guys know, apparently Red Alert 2 has like 1,000 people on Steam playing it? Might have to make it 1,001. What? There is like one guy in the Red Alert 2 scene. I don't know if he still does, but like a few years back, he was popping off viewership-wise. He was getting like 100,000 people per video. I think it calmed down though. It's like Brian Vahi. He was someone studying to be a doctor. He's like a Tim. Yeah, 1.2k people playing Red Alert 2 as of an hour ago. Not bad. Not bad. Remember, Red Alert 2 came out in like 2003? Actually, I think it's 2001. Let me check. 2000. I think Yuri's Revenge was 2001. I still think the graphical style of Red Alert 2 holds up to like today's standards. Like I look at it, I'm like, this is playable. You need a HD resolution like thing, but like that's changing the resolution more than changing the textures. But look at the game. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Like look at the game. I'm like, oh, I don't think this is ugly. I think it's actually gorgeous the way it leveled up. I think it's style held. Here you go, guys. Like this. You guys have seen this sort of thing. Don't know if it's that's a small image. You can get a big image. I'll show you. Yeah, I think it held up. 720p, by the way, is this image. Yeah. Love this game, man. One of the best RTSs ever made. Kind of want Killjoy to win this one. Oh, no. Why? I mean, yeah, I'm not a biased caster. That depends if he tries to win it fast, right? I mean, he's got Marlians, so actually he'll have to play fast. You could play late, but I think Marlians are better for playing mid. Wait, what's this? Apparently there's a typo? Dude, I'm comparing the two now on the announcement. Apparently the first announcement image had a typo issue. I don't see it though. Whatever. I checked my name because I was worried he put pigeon with a D. I'm like, mother. Warrior Scouts or Sofa? Sofa. Sofa just much better. You just need someone that lives long enough to get in, and then obviously, like, you need to snipe a king. Warrior Scouts aren't going to snipe a king quick. Wait, double checking this. Is Parting going to play Infernals in this tournament coming up for Stormgate? That's wild, guys. Like, Parting used to play Infernal, but he's been playing Celestials. Like, he just won a LAN as Celestials. If he's going to play Infernals, that's wild. Funnily enough, B has been playing multiple factions in Stormgate, which is not something many players do. I cast him on one of the weekend tournaments where he played the entire tournament as one faction, and in the grand finals, he played a different faction the first 2 games. Completely screwed with his opponent. Apparently, that's not very popular in StarCraft. For obvious reasons, but the other thing that got highlighted to me is like there's a lot of tournaments that didn't allow multiple faction selections in StarCraft 2. I think that's kind of sad. I think it's a good thing. I still don't know what causes these bars. You see these pink bars here? I still don't know what the hell that is. It happens with some players' color. I think what's happening is behind the UI, that's where the unit icons are or something. I'm not sure, though, because pink... I think it's the control groups, actually, because pink has 2. I can't imagine what else that would be. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Oh, yeah, map is block, mate, because we're not on the overlay yet. Ah, the King Joan Khan. You might be right in that. Game number 2, and there's no way we're going to break the absurdly long record we set for the first in this series, right? Right? We're going to find out. Let me update that, actually, because we've already had the first game. We're in the second game of this best of 3 here in the group stage of War of Lords. Group C, a lot of familiar faces, and a bloody good game for some of the Europeans. Voldemar able to net himself 6 points in that first game. Kiljadi able to get a solid 2. And then finally, we had some rep from Vietnam. Tuan LQ, who in this game is going to be in the pink, has 2 points as well. Everyone else in this lobby is on 0 points. Top 2 scorers after 3 games will proceed through to the playoffs. And you get 1 point per king kill, and then 3 points for winning the entire game. Look at the spawns. We've actually got a lot of fish in the center. So a lot of incentive to play into the center of the map. The difference as well is, unlike the first game where Tuan got this insane side spawn with double Sacred Sight and a lot of gold, this one is more balanced for a Sacred Sight victory and also a lot more balanced in terms of gold distribution. There's a lot of focus around the center of the map. There's definitely a bulky area here, but it isn't someone sitting in a corner with, 30k gold plus. Let me go ahead. I'll restart the predictions from before. I think they're all the same color. If not, too bad. I ain't figuring that one out again. But yeah, I gotta say, based on the playstyles, man, I'm curious to see if Garnaf gets to play more of the game this time. Looks like he got Zhu Ji for the second game in a row. Last time, he got targeted out super quick by Tuan and I believe it was Hung, right? Who looked like they were teaming. This time around, Tuan and Hung aren't as close together, and they have their own issues to deal with. Hung ADC is actually sandwiched between multiple players here. Unicom, the Chinese player in the top 100 to his north, and then to his south, we've got Kiljadi. And I think, Kiljadi played a very kind of dented, slow approach. He had Ottomans last game. I'm expecting him to play the aggressive player he's known to be in game number 2, because Malians are really good at that tempo build where they look to go after kings around about 15, 16 minutes and stack up the points. And from there, I'd say Malians get in the game pretty fast. They are a Zergy Civ by nature, so having more population is inherently strong. Why did Voldemar get 4 points in the end? He didn't kill the king? I mean, he eliminated the player, so he essentially killed the king, right? Like, who else was going to kill the king in that game after Kiljadi's eliminated? Old age, right? It just makes sense to give him the point. So, 2-on. I haven't seen many zones and free-for-alls. It kind of feels like an underwhelming hero for the most. But in fairness, if you play deep enough in and you get to the level 4 zone range form, she can one-hit snipe kings, right? With the snipe ability, with her Q. So curious to see if that is going to be the route they go and if we get that deep into the game. Could allow for some very crafty, unexpected yoinks. Because if I remember correctly, range zone has, it's either 7 or 9 tower range. I think it might be 9 tower range when she's level 4. And yes, it's 4 points, but the way it's classified is you get 3 points for the win and 1 point for each king kill. So it's been written that way just to have clearness that it's always going to be 4 points. And what is up? Big shout out to Changelog for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, buddy. And apologies to Raub Copieria. I didn't see you a little bit earlier. I appreciate you with the sub as well. Sorry for not saying it a little bit earlier. We got distracted in that absurdly long game. And we'll check if we're able to stream the finals. I think the finals is towards the end of the month. It potentially clashes with the Stormgate tournament that I'm going to be hosting. So we'll see. I do prefer this spawn overall, though. Very calm start, but the thing I really like is that we've got the sacred sites close together like this. It just means you're not going to have this redundant situation, as often you do in these free-for-alls, where there's one over here and two down here, and winning the game that way is not feasible. Like, sacred site design should always try to kind of push itself towards the idea that it's an achievable objective. It's a big part of why I've been so critical of a map like, for example, Highview, where Highview sucks because if you're able to get a sacred site win condition, you've basically already won the game. I'm trying to think who the big priorities are here. Outside the obvious point situation where Voldemar is going to definitely get target down, in terms of civs you're worried about in the late game, I actually think Garnath and this Korean player in purple are big threats. Juji is surprisingly effective in the hyper late game. Achery is kind of an obvious one if they can get the relics, but I think that's also where Juji can yoink away. Juji can rush up into Castle Age and go into the monastery and essentially just beat you to relics, right? And beat your face in when you reach relics because they have combat monks, rather. So yeah, I'd say priority of kills here is going to be Voldemar. Probably kill Jardy because I think Marlians can actually snipe a lot of kings if you don't dent them. And then you're looking at Garnath and purple. No spawn overall for Kill Jardy. Gets the double back gold spawn. Has got the shoreline fishing. It's not going to be everlasting, but it is at least going to boost him in this early age to tech quicker. Has got a little bit of extra fish down here, actually. So you could always just shift over. There's even a deep water fish. It might be worth just getting a single dock here to get maybe like 3 boats out. And yellow does also have the double deep water, so a lot more value for him on the fishing side. Actually, gotta say, purple got a really good pond over here. 4 deep water fishes and an extra one with 1 additional. On his own, completely harassed in the corner. This is pretty nice, because although these look very lucrative, keep in mind these are going to get contested. There's a lot of reasons people want to come here. Relics, surplus gold, sacred site win conditions. And also the fact is, because they're bigger ponds, there's likely to be more players on them. In fact, somehow, blue and red ended up sharing the baby pond. Hung ADC definitely has a lot more reason to kind of contest this directly, right? Like, he's invested pretty hard on the fishing. I've got Arkans on the way. I'm expecting double Arkan because neither of these players are insane. I can't think of any world in which you'd really want to play Minework in a free-for-all. Burgrave at least makes sense sometimes for a timing attack, but I just don't think Minework's ever worth it. And oh, Garnath, back-to-back games finding the dirty spawn here. 50 stones, 75 gold. That's going to be the 48 food. And then what? Probably about 18 wood. So we're looking at about a 150 resource meditation garden. Sick. That gets him gradually into like a multi-TC build. I think the goal with this build for Garnath is going to be to rush castle, go for relics, then come back for a second TC on a delay with Song, which you'll be able to just afford inherently because of the passive stone generation. Does also give him defense in the early game with hand cannon slits now being affordable. Oh, Killjardy, what's he up to? Well, we've actually got some scout plays, so this might be pro scouts. It can make a lot of sense when you're playing these type of formats. Just allows you to focus on getting the cattle in for themselves and not having to eat them. Then again, he's already got shoreline fish, so maybe it's not that high a priority. Warrior Scout upgrade comes in perfectly. Hung ADC, 2 villages stuck out here, nothing you do about that. That was pretty smart. So that was the other reason he went stables, right? Is he was scouting this for a very long time. Looks like Red Scout is now on the way, but Hung ADC, this is at least going to be 1 villager down for him. Could easily be a second. He's got the scout on top of this. I actually think you just focus fire the villager, right? Oh, that's so dirty. Yeah, but the healing in between, you're just not doing anywhere near enough damage here. So he's going to get the villager kill and be able to walk away. Wait. How about we just don't walk away? I mean, you could potentially get the kill. Second one comes in, so Hung ADC in a bad position here. He's going to get contested on the north side. This is actually going to be Popo mounting the defenses with the arrow slits as well as the outposts. Meanwhile, at home, Teal has already contested him on this pond. Hung ADC has nothing, man. He has 3 different players bending him over a barrel and spanking him. Goodness gracious. Meantime, we have got Voldemar craftily sneaking out onto the double pond. Okay, that was really subtle. So he walked near the coast and came in here. It's kind of cool because statistically the likelihood of someone coming in here and seeing you is very low. And you get a lot of shoreline fish. And because he's playing French, this is a very efficient play because the mills are only 25 wood each. And already on his way up into the third age with Guildhall. I think Voldemar's going to try to be crafty about this and go for some quick snipes. Similar to what we saw out of LQ Tuan in the first game, where he was playing French, he rushed Castle Age, built a bunch of knights, and then ran across the other side of the map to snipe out kings. I think that's the idea for Voldemar, because realistically, there shouldn't be a world in which you're allowed to exist in the top 4 here. You're the guy already topping the group with 6 points. You have a lead of 4 points over anyone else. If you can snatch 2 king kills in the early game here, that puts you in a very realistic, comfortable position to make it through. 8 points so far has easily been the mark at which you qualify through from the group stage. So I think we had 10 points and I want to say it was 8 for Group A, and then it was 8 and 7 points to qualify for Group B. Love this from Killjadi, by the way. Adding in Soph this early, just in case it's a king opportunity, but also the logic here is kind of similar to the idea of building men at arms in Field Age when you want them in Castle. Right? Build Sophas now because you will want to upgrade them. You will want to keep using them. So having them now isn't a detriment. It allows you to do more things on the map, and then gradually you come in with an overpowered army instead of having to tech first and then gradually build it up. Especially smart when you're playing on big maps like this because it just means you're already in position next to the enemy base instead of having to produce on a delay and trickle troops out. 2-1. We're in the tech up of Voldemar here. Knights are starting to arrive on both sides. Joan's going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but interesting thing, this matchup in a vacuum, Joan loses. What might allow her to win is the fact that it is deep water fishing all over the place for pink. Meanwhile, green doesn't have that. But if you were talking just land, yeah, I'd favor French every time. Because you just can't play Joan out to the map, and it kind of defeats the point of her, right? Ball's coming up, though. Sick move there. Cheeky little ball pull. He's going to shove him around towards blue, but there's still a rotation towards the base here. Voldemar needs a short walk here to make it very difficult for Joan to walk in. Instead, he goes for a house, which is going to make it easier for you to get through now. Being said, Joan has backed up instead. Makes sense, right? Like, some of this kind of underrated is just sniping all the balls with Joan. There's a lot of them on the map with this many players, right? There's a lot up for grabs. Alpha Trio now spawning out, so Voldemar not going to try to directly contest the Knight count, which makes sense. Knight on Knight clashes will gradually at least give XP to the Joan unless you can reach her. And although you can still win, it's much easier at this stage to prep Alpha Trio mass. And it makes sense with Voldemar's position. We talked about his strategy here. He wants some quick kills early, right? He doesn't want to have to worry about running across the entire map. He's near the center where there's 2, make that 4 players in range. So his crossbows don't have to go far to reach the target. Killjadi. For French about to fill up. He's got extra cattle just sitting around here. So definitely needs to fix that fast. The Castle Age should be on the way soon for the Malian player. And that's when the floodgates open up. Garnath in the meantime. Tech up starting to pay off a little here. We've got pagodas being set up. He's already got 2 relics. I think there's a 3rd one coming home. In fact, there might still be more for Garnath to grab here. He just hasn't scouted them fully. He knows about 1 over here. There are actually 2 more relics in this area. And there's also another one still on the map behind Killjadi's base. 3 is reasonable, though. With the pagodas, they're insanely powerful, remember. When you garrison inside a pagoda, instead of getting 80 gold, you get a pretty ludicrous 62 food, 62 wood, 100 gold, and 25 stone. So it's like 3 times more effective. And we've got a sneak here. Garnaf. So little interesting detail about this game mode. It's not just regicide. You can eliminate a player by taking out their landmarks. That's why he's setting up a landmark in the corner. It's the same with China, right? It's like both of these factions are really annoying in free-for-alls because when you think you've killed them, they just smuggle another landmark in the corner. Second TC also going to be on the way. So obviously this nicely inflates him into that Song Dynasty transition, which is going to allow Garnaf to set up for the late game by going mass farms. I'd be impressed if Garnaf does that well, by the way. He has been splitting his time at the moment between Stormgate and Age of Empires 4, so that might come at a cost to him. It's kind of tough, right? Because like I think very quickly players may be forced to make that choice, which one you're going to play, because you've got a lot of players that are going hard full-time in on Age of Empires and have for a long time, and others that are now going very hard and heavy in on Stormgate full-time. Wait, what happened here? Oh my god. Killjardy just got ruined. He was going for the tech up, but Hung ADC went for the full Feudal Assault. What? He should be fine. There's no way Hung ADC has enough behind this, right? Like, if he had unharassed eco and had fishing, I could see it. But this was a Hail Mary punt. I think Hung is now going to die in the next 3 minutes because of this. Killjardy will now go for the tech up. Did at least get cancelled out initially. I can't believe that. This is becoming an expensive fight now, right? Like, once the Spearman gets sniped out, Sophus can go in for the Clash of the Men-at-Arms. Also, keep in mind he's playing Malians, so upgrades only take 30 seconds to veterancy. Well, hold on. Popo's making moves. Blue, he full sends it on pink here. Voldemar just being ignored instead. I'm actually surprised that more people aren't trying to kill Voldy right now. He's just getting to sit back. However, Treb Siege now coming in, so it's a one-on-one here between teal and green. A one-on-one between blue and pink. Damn. King tries to jump out as well, and I think that's going to be it. I kind of respect Tuan for that. He doesn't wait around. Wait, what? Crash? Yeah, we crashed. I think we crashed, though. The game didn't crash. All right, one sec, guys. We'll start up again. We'll fast forward. Don't you just love how optimal Age of Empires is? You know what my favorite part about Age of Empires 4 is? It's now that I can open the game and just click where I want in the video, right? Right? No, okay, that's not a thing. All right, apologies, folks. Yeah, we'll do the 8 times to catch up. Give it a sec. Wait, Clearman also black screened? I think their game might have crashed. Nah, I think we're good. Let's find out. That would be very jarring if it's just crashed. We weren't at 20 minutes either, so it'd be a full remake. I mean, no one was dead, right? So it wouldn't change anything anyway. Let's see. Apologies about that, folks. All right. Let's try this again. Speed up. All right, one and all, welcome back to the competitive free-for-all action here in Age of Empires 4. Apologies, we are going to stick on the 8 speed because it turns out all the casters for this game number 2 of Group C of this tournament crashed simultaneously. So hopefully we'll be able to relieve that and just continue on through. For those that don't know, this is a $1,000 tournament that's been organized by the Vietnamese community. Big shout out to Clearman for coming together to make this happen. He's been casting the games in Vietnamese across on YouTube. We're into Group C. Game 2 underway. Voldemar has a healthy lead with 6 points, looking likely to qualify here. And we got reasonably deep into the game, and it looked like Voldy was going to be able to hold on. By the way, I cannot hold on to the secret anymore. That scan deal with AMD is insane. Take advantage of it. Click that link right now because I need you guys to get in on that. So, player-wise, we've actually got Garnath on this usually in the corner, feeling pretty cozy here. Insane meditation gun to open up. And also Hung ADC in a really brutal position. He's being pressured on multiple sides by essentially 3 different players. Blue to his north side, Teal to the east, and then he's going to have to deal with Killjoy on the south side. Voldemar, meanwhile, is playing more of kind of a creepy, sneaky approach in the center of the map. What he understands is as this game goes on, he shouldn't survive. He's at 6 points. He's the leader in the lobby. He's going to be the first player to get targeted out to stop him from just snowballing into the playoffs. So what Voldemar wants to do is play a very fast and heavy game early on to try and secure 1 or 2 king kills before his inevitable death. Looks like tech ups are coming out here. So pink and blue are going to end up contesting. We have got blue going for the Regnets. It's going to be rushing out to the Relics. Relics are situated north side. In the meantime, we actually also have Relics being grabbed by Garnath with the Shalamont play, shifting out to the east side. Garnath should last really deep in this game. I don't expect players to try and snipe him out this time around. I think they're going to be too locked in on their own aggression. Same time, purple should also survive a lot deeper. Feels like both Juji players have a chill position, and that's going to make it very interesting when we get to the late game, because, folks, Juji may be trash when you play 1v1s, but they're actually insane in free-for-all environments. Late game, Yuan Raiders can stomp everything. Meanwhile, clash in the center. Looks like purple and blue are at it, but it's Mass Knight's up against Jones. Not a good position for Quan to be in, especially when he's just level 2 here. South side, there is going to be a denial coming through on the Fulani. That is going to delay the timing here for Killjoy, but it's only a few late dives. So Hung ADC not going to be able to hang around here. In the meantime, Quan, what is happening up here? He tries for the Red Palace! Oh no, and the timing couldn't be worse. Popo is not all in on him. Pressure's coming in, no wood to repair. King is going to get sniped out, and first player is going to be eliminated. Pink goes down and out, and Popo gets a point on the board. Full Popeye style. Let me update that as well. So Popo, first player to spill some blood in this game number 2. Much needed, really. You don't want to be on 0 points going into that final game. So a steady position for him to play out towards. He needs to be getting his hands on relics. And so far, we're not seeing any of that, right? No, a keep with no relic, a Regnets with no relic. He has nothing. Meanwhile, west side, looks like the push is going to come in, and Voldemar gets eliminated fast here. We'll go down to the 4x speed here as another one gets struck out, and that is now 194, the Great Unicom, getting a point on the board. So Voldemar will not score higher than his current 6. It means he's nowhere near safe, folks. If you haven't got at least 8 points, don't feel cozy with the state of these group stage games. Unicom, much needed. Now goes from 0 points to infinitely better with a 1. Meanwhile, hunt on between the two. Right now, Red is just staying inside, right? He just needs to allow these two to fight out to see who's going to get the edge. And right now, it looks like it's going to be Unicom. Killjoy retreating towards reinforcements. Poison arrows are in. That's going to allow him to keep pushing back against this. We're just a few seconds away from live. E-Repair's coming out. Hung ADC. He might actually end up giving the kill over to Killjoy because of this. Unicom has to re-engage. TC is low. Siege is doing it. Dives past, goes in for the snipe, and he gets it! Killjoy gets the 50-pointer. And we are now back to live. So Killjoy goes up to 3 points overall in this Group C best of 3 in game number 2. Still alive as well. And we've seen Killjoy is capable of the big, deep performances in free-for-alls. We already mentioned that Malians are sick once they start surging forward with population because they are a Zerg Civ inherently. They need to have more population to get the dent done. Plus 50 should be more than enough. In the meantime, north side, it's actually a Juji Civil War. This is kind of wild, actually. Purple goes after Garnath because blue's kind of the same distance, and I think he's worried that blue's just stronger. In fact, Popper right now popping in for a drive-by. Mass Elite Knights, the HRE, marching into the base of Garnath. We've seen him die like this before. Ironically, it was him dying after attempting to kill Poppo in that game 1. Now, Poppo must be holding a grudge, saying, "You're the reason we both died in the first." Just time to return the pain. Purple and blue march in, and Garnath, I can't believe this, man. Garnath would have been one of those players, I think, in people's mind, a top 4, so a decent chance of making it through. At this pacing, Garnath isn't going to stand a chance of qualifying. And to explain Zerg Civs are things like Japanese and Malians. A Zerg Civ is a Civ that relies more on quantity than quality. The whole idea is you want to flood units to beat your opponent. So, for example, French is not a Zerg civ, right? They don't Zerg a million cheap units. They actually go for premium units. So there's premium units, in this case the HREs. Darnaf might be in trouble here. Second wave's coming in now. That's a lot of knights to contest with. He has got the wood for... sorry, stone to repair. 520 in the bank. I just don't think he has the villages. I think this is over for Garnaf. Oi, oi, oi. What a brutal way to go out as well like this. Garnaf just not having a fun series whatsoever. Game 1, it felt like awkward positioning. Game 2, this felt targeted for some reason. So villagers are now going to be pulled to repair for Garnaf's last-ditch effort to survive. But these are elite knights, guys. 270 HP, hand cannon slits is just not going to do it. And yeah, I'd say French is like Protoss. Arbitrary knights, they're 100% Protoss. He's going to toss the towel in on this one. Garnaf goes GG. And that is going to be another point for Popo. So that is now 2 points in game number 2 for Popo. I mean, he could be a big upsetter here, actually. I'm pretty impressed. Game 1, he didn't really get a chance to fry because the pressure came in Feudal Age. He couldn't breathe for a second. He was stuck 1 TC with Lombos as English in Feudal Age, right? And he died there. But this is late game, fully reached, right? Regnitz looks like it's remained underwhelming here. I don't think Popo got any relics. The good news, though, is with the elimination of Garnaf, he can always creep over here and snatch these 3 relics away. Meantime, Purple likely to now start fighting with Popo. Given their positions, the most logical outcome is that Popo and Purple are going to clash. It's kind of rough right now, though. If you give Popo too much time, he's going to have a military advantage that just kills you. Like, you've gone pretty hard into Chuganu. This is an all-in early timing. The whole idea is that Purple masses the feudal army, techs it to get an overwhelming advantage, then kills early. This will get melted by mass knights. So Purple has a big problem. And that big problem is already on the way towards his base. Only thing missing right now is Popo would benefit a lot from biology. Seeing on 50 knights, the tech is definitely worth the investment. Looks like some of the stable units are going to intercept some of the reinforcements, but there's already a dive. Remember, Popo used the scan. He knows where all the remaining kings are in this game. He's going to march straight in. No static defenses, no easy way of holding here. It's just the town center and enough knights to surround it. Ah, this is it, man. He's dead. There's no way. Purple doesn't have a solution to this. Lances are coming, but who cares? Remember, Imperial Age gives you high torch damage. 20 torch per, and you had 50 knights in total. 30 of them here. TC not even attempt to be prepared right now. Purple. He could go for a transport ship. That would be the one way to survive. But he doesn't seem to be making the move. If he can fully surround, maybe there's hope for the king, but I'm just not seeing the way. TC is going to go down. King's going to pop out for a stroll, but Popo should be able to follow suit. Yeah, just leak through two or three knights is all you need here. In the meantime, it looks like a fight between Orange and Teal is underway, but the big snipe now coming in. Popo about to make it a 3rd kill in game number 2. Villagers could go for the body blocks. They're going to go for the wall. They're not going to be quick enough, though. No! So close! But yet so far, a good attempt, but Purple not able to save his bacon from getting cooked. 3 points now on the board for Popo. Can he get back to the south side quick enough to gain even more is the question here. Right now, it kind of feels like this is a lot for him. If he has to fall back and just boost up his economy, boost up his military, Popo should just win on a raw math logic, right? Like, these 2 players only got 1 kill, right? So they'll still be 50 pop behind the HRE, and HRE versus these 2 civs, I'd favor them in the late game. But I think if he gets this right on the timing, Popo might be able to snatch an additional kill. So wait, you guys are telling me you don't like to, don't like it when you have to G lose? I guess I'm kind of that point too. I hate Chiganu, but I do kind of feel bad for Zhu being really underwhelming. There's dad jokes here all day, folks. Oh my god, dude. Popo's going again. This guy has no chill. Wait, does Killjoy have an army? What? He just bludgeoned his brains out, hitting the stone wall of the Delhi defense. Oh my god, he could just die here. TC now getting torched. Unicom's going to join in as well. More Knights are on the way. Remember, this is closer to his base than the attempt onto Purple's life, and he's got plenty more Knights where this came from. I mean, I hope you got banker repairs. Nope, you're going to need it. There's no villagers inside here either. Ghazi are now arriving. He needs to make sure he blocks them out from getting the grab. Remember, the king will naturally spawn on the north side, or northeast side, rather. Ghazi is trying to camp there. Unicom being a cheeky bugger. Will cause a stay of execution. Killjardy not going to die just yet, but it's not far off. Varying Ghazi versus Elite Knights is not an even remotely close fight. Unicom trickling troops in. It's just going to be the death of him. He has to back away, so I think this is going to be an immediate GG, guys. Unicom is going to be 250 pop versus 400. There's no way back from this, dude. I didn't see this coming. Popo, what a performance now. Killjardy tries to break away with the king. But this absolute Giga Chad is also butchering the Delhi in their own base. Oh my god. Who is this guy? Popo, a name I'd never heard of before. But it's going to be hard to have it pop out of my brain now. Because he's popped off in this one. And I promise that's the final one we'll make. Because there's not much of this game left over. 400. He's at 4 points right now, guys. No doubt in my mind, he's about to take the win. This is an 8-point game performance. Insane out of Popo. A lad I never heard of. Comes out of nowhere here. At a critical point midway through this series. And damn does he impress. This player from Japan has proven that that small island nation has got some big muscle behind it. The desperation Wallows are not going to get him far enough here. The War Elephant defense also will not be good enough. And I've already updated it because I have complete faith in him at this stage. Popo has all 3 sacred sites. He has enough knights to kill everything in the enemy base. Game 2 done in a third of the time. And all you had to do is kill Voldemar and Killjardy quickly. Woo! We got a series on our hands. God damn. Well played, Mr. Popo. So, blue, rub-a-dub-dub, with the 8-point performance. Insane. Exceeded any and all the expectations I could have had. And kind of gets us back on track for what a semblance of a schedule, right? Much quicker. Yeah, I don't know what that crash was about. We kind of had to speed through, though. Otherwise, yeah, we would have been way behind. So, back on track now. Voldemar, I don't know what the strategy was in the end. Maybe Voldemar could give an insight. I thought you were going to go all in on one of the players early. I guess maybe the raid by Jean threw you off your timing. But I think when you're like at 6 points-ish, the best strategy is just to try and snipe 1 or 2 people quickly. Like, you're realistically not going to win a game. You shouldn't win a game. Unless you're playing against goldfishes that aren't paying attention. Yeah, cool. Popo popped off. The dude just blitzkrieged everyone. Ironically playing as HRE. He got 8 points from that game. Lost your 5k? You know how you fix that, Fast Cat? You subscribe to the channel. You get more point generation because that's how it works. When you subscribe, you get more points. And then you can predict more in the future. Boom. Sorted. And that only costs you $5. Did I mention right now, if you subscribe, there is a deal going on where you get Apple TV for, I believe it's 3 months, which is crazy, by the way. What a bargain that is. On top of that, some of you will occasionally get offered an opportunity to save 20% on buying 5 gifted subs. So good bang for buck there. Go, go, go. You still at 10k? Mate, you could have had 20k. It's powerful. you're here all the time, then you'd have even more points. Also, I'm going to just point out, in case some of you guys didn't realize, I did just add all these, and you guys should be spamming who you think is going to win these games. Look at that. Holy crap. More flags than the Olympics right now, Pog. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, we got an 8-pointer, guys. Damn. Oppo surprising me. Toss me a sub and I might. Why do I get the feeling with the CSGO Week 2022 you spent all your money on CSGO skins? Okay strikes me as a guy who could afford to sub, but he spent it all on cases instead. How close am I? Dude, I still remember the early days, the Dota 2 life, the amount of cases I bought. Good lord. You don't even play CSGO, you just like the badge? Right then. Is this tournament good? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. We've had some really hype games. Game 1 was... I wasn't a fan of the way Game 1 played out. I just don't like stagnant games. But outside that, it's been incredible. Checking on YouTube. Yeah. We've already addressed the questions there. Oh, also another thing, guys. If you aren't looking for hardware but are looking for food, click that link as well because we have got a deal going that gets you 10 free meals as well as appetizers for free as long as you keep the subscription live with HelloFresh. So be sure to check them out. I can highly recommend the sard curry. I don't know what we're having today. I'll have to ask Emma. But the sard curry we had yesterday slapped. I was impressed. I don't think I've ever had sard before like that. Which phone is that? A really old phone. It's a Samsung S9 Plus. I'm really outdated. Oh, you want a poll? Too late, mate. Should have recommended it. Yeah, this is why if anyone knows any brands, anyone who works on the marketing teams, hook me up. I want to find some more meaningful partnerships. I want to get a phone sponsor, damn it. You know, that was the big bummer for me, is that Age of Empires Mobile sucked so bad. I was really hoping it was going to be good, and then I could have went and got like a mobile phone sponsor. That would have been sick. Unfortunately, that game basically is a scam. Oopsie. I'm just breaking everything right now. So I'm just double checking some in the background. Nagoon, try to keep it in English, buddy, because I don't have a clue what you said. OnePlus or nothing do sell in the UK. They're pretty good and cheap. I do want a good camera, though, is the thing. I really do want a good camera because I want to be able to do more vlogging and things like that and maybe live streams on the go eventually. And you can't really have a crappy camera for that. It already sucks when I'm trying to do like content pieces and I'm recording with this because this thing just sucks. It's really outdated. It's like this thing, I've had it for, I think, 5 or 6 years. I think so, Kodankus. It definitely doesn't hurt. I definitely recommend clicking, going through and checking that out. There's no harm in it. Basically, like insights, usually with these type of performances, there's going to be 2 metrics. They're looking to see what the click-through rate is and what the buy rate is. Both can matter with most integrations. Because even if it doesn't convert into immediate sales, it shows that people from your community are looking at the sponsorship at least, which at least means something. Obviously, sales is definitely the big power, but it's not the be-all, end-all. So yeah, definitely helps out. That's why I say, you know, bare minimum, click through, have a look, see what you think. Because sometimes, like, the value point logic there, to explain marketing kind of thoughts there, is the value is your opponent... sorry, dude, I'm talking like in-game. You might be in a situation where you just get an impulse buy. Impulse buys are a thing. They're rarer with CPUs, GPUs, and whatnot, but it can happen if you see a really good deal. Clicking you better buy it, they're going to think the viewers are all broadcasters? Not necessarily. I dispute that logic. As someone who does a lot of work in influencer and marketing, there is, like, it's called, like, it's, what's the term we use? Well, brand exposure is one way of calling it, right? I just hate using the word exposure because esports. But it's, there is an intricate value point to getting the brand in front of people, even if they don't purchase. So actually, like, some sponsors will lean hard into that. Especially for esports events, those tend to be the dream sponsors. Like, for example, your big peripheral brands that aren't like, okay, how many mouses did this event sell? They're like, oh, okay, what was the intimate relationship we gained with the audience that watched? Same with maybe things like sites that have long-term value, right? So someone I always highlight with Surfshark is like, obviously, you know, I'd say they're a company that want to be sales-driven, but at the same time, there's value in doing multiple events over time, like they do with EGC, because it ingrains you. A perfect example of this would actually be ESL's relationship with Mercedes. Oh, sorry, BMW, wasn't it? Yeah. They had like multiple events with Mercedes, yeah, BMW, right? Same thing, duh. So they had the Mercedes sponsorship for several events, and the logic there is that when people grow up and they think of a car, they're thinking of that. There you go, guys. That's the link I'm talking about. Click on that. The deal, like the info on the deal might be appropriate for you anyway. I'm not sure if the games are related there or if it counts for any AMDs you've been grabbing, but definitely give it a check out. 4 games basically for free if you've got a GPU, 2 games if you bought anything else. And one of them is Space Marines 2, which is going to be sick. I'm so excited for that game, man. Okay, I think we're just waiting a sec. I think there was a crash on maybe the caster's PC, so they're holding lobby for a sec, but we should be underway shortly. And once again, English. Last warning, if it's more Vietnamese chatter, I'm going to have to time you out. Because, like, if anyone's like, why you're in English? Like, dude, you could be saying anything right now. And I wouldn't know. And then it looks like you're endorsing whatever they're saying. But yeah, we will be casting. We'll look to cover the games tomorrow as well, by the way. So that's the series going to have Beastie in it, Hom Senpai, Sassy, a few other people. I'm just getting confirmation now. We are in lobby. We are getting set up. I think what happened as well is like one of the casters, I got sent a screenshot. I think one of the casters accidentally had the Windows update trigger. I'm like, oh no. The classic. Did you experience that in the early days and you set your PC up to never do it automatically for that goddamn reason? That stuff is so jarring when it happens. Oh dear, oh dear. Ooh. So, the qualifiers for that Stormgate tournament are, I think, on the 25th. I'm trying to think, what day is that? Don't think I've got anything penciled in for the 25th. We might be able to do some qualifiers for the big Stormgate event at the end of the month. We'll see, though. You updated your driver in midstream. Oof. Bold. Bold. Alright. Looks like they're getting in game, so we should be ready to load in a second. Dude, let's go. Decide a game. Who's going to make it? God, the crazy thing is, like, with the current scoring, anyone could make it still. I like that. I like, you know, it's very, very hard to get a guaranteed situation where, like, one person's going to make it with this format with 3 games, I think. 6 might be a bit more snowballing, because I think the playoffs are 6. Actually, that might be what we cast. I need to double check, but I think the playoffs might be scheduled for the weekend of the 25th. I'd have to double check, though. Let me have a look. I have a cheeky ganders. So, War of Lords. Actually, no, I think it's weekdays, which I'm game for. I've said this, there needs to be more events that aren't on weekend. Everyone wants weekend. It's like, dude, none of you are going to beat EGC's numbers. Take advantage of the other gaps, which is what I'm trying to do. It's like Clearman's with me on that as well. So, 20th to the 22nd. 6 matches over 3 days. Kind of a peculiar format. So, two matches or like 2 series. I'll have to double check with him on that. But yeah, it'll be 20th to the 22nd. Yes, there have been some China. Corvinus got China in the first game yesterday and got the crap kicked out of him. Opa eliminated him first and then ran around the map killing everyone. What have we got here? Rus, Japanese. Okay, Japanese is really strong. I actually think Tuan could have a really good performance this game. If you remember in game 1, he done a really good drive-by, just taking out multiple players with his French Knights. Japanese have a similar idea, but they have a more aggressive timing. So as long as the spawn lines up reasonably, I could see Tuan getting like 2 or 3 kills at least this game. And right now, Tuan is sitting on, what, 2 points? He'd need I feel like he'd need a lot of kills or the win. One thing you can do in these type of games, by the way, is that you can kind of align yourself with the other player who's already at top of the score. So like if you're Voldemar, right, you kind of want to stay out of Popo's way. The logic being is if you can convince him to stay out of yours and you stay out of his, he's a blocker to 1 and you just go for kills elsewhere, right? There are some weird dynamics in free-for-alls. I don't think they'll lean to that one because like Popo's mindset will be that 8 points isn't safe, right? If it was 10 points, you maybe just kind of align yourself so you can kind of choose who's going to get second place. And yes, there have been some vile King Snipes. Yesterday, Opa was insane with his crossbow masses. He just kept snatching away king kills you'd never think he would get. His timings were just outrageous. Love to see it, though. I think I loved it as well because it's just, I don't think anyone expected Opa to have that type of performance. Like, no one had heard of him, right? Opa Joy, I think Opa Joy was the Chinese player, right? Or was he one of the Vietnamese? I think he's the Vietnamese. I'm getting a mix. Like, I'm thinking Chinese player because of Stormgate yesterday when they had Max Zed there who I'd never heard about. Oopsie. Just accidentally clicked off chat. Let me open that again. Well, the good news is we haven't rushed into game, so no crasherino. I'd love to get a game where like there's just cliffs on the outside pushing them in. Just get a real big bloodbath. Fast and quick in this one. Garnath did get the almonds, dude. I don't know, man. I don't have faith in Garnath here. I think after the way game 1 and game 2 went, and now getting what's more of a boomy civ, I'm seeing double Marlian and one of them's Kiljadi again. I'm seeing double Order of the Dented and Japanese. I think by 24 minutes, you're probably going to have 4 players dead. And remember, for Garnath to qualify, he's going to need one hell of a performance. Because if 4 players are dead, that means you can only get 3 points for killing kings, maximum, and then 3 points for the win, which would put him at 6 points. So if, let's say it's between him and Voldemar at that stage, Voldemar, who's already on 6 points, would qualify, because if you have a tiebreaker situation, whoever scored that amount of points first qualifies. Hell yeah, I want a micro map. People got to start using those. They're so much better. Just need need it to truly be like mega random in that format though. Okay, so just thinking actually at this pacing, we'll probably do 1 or 2 games afterwards. 1 or 2 like 1v1s afterwards if this is a quick one. So we'll definitely cast a few more focused in games if this ends up being a quickie. What's the leaderboard? Unexpected occurrence. Popo is leading with 8 points and Voldemar is behind him at 6. See if things switch up again. Okay. So it's not the cliffs on the outside. You won't really get that, but this is kind of what I was looking for. A lot of the wood just pushing them inwards. So you get more dense resources near the center. You get more open playing field to play into. I can work with this. We can cook with this. All right. Should we get predictions ready, actually? Who will win? Fight. Okay, hype it up. Wave those emote flags in the chat. Let me know who you think is taking this game number 3. Still so much to play for here in War of Lords Group C. Popo, an insane performance in Game 2 to net 8 points. Voldemar, no improvement from his 6, is sitting in second place of the group. Only the top 2 will qualify. And at this point, mathematically, everyone could qualify. Nobody is safe yet. We hop in with Voldemar this time in the green on the Roos. We are going to have Popo, who is ultra aggressive on Order of the Dragon, and see if that can also be aggressive. We've got another Order of the Dragon player in the form of Unicom over here in the red. Pink is going to be cool. I think Japanese with this format can be really strong. So Tuan could yield himself quite a few kills with a Castle's Rush into Mass Mounted Samurai. To the north of them, you're going to have Killjardy once again on the Marlians. Don't know how he keeps getting this in the orange. And his next door neighbor is going to be the other Marlian player here in the purple. This is the Korean player who wasn't able to get the big boy performance we were maybe hoping for. But really big shout out to Popo, man. I wasn't expecting this from this unknown Japanese player. I wasn't familiar with them, but they looked outrageous in that second game. Unlikely we see a repeat performance, but someone who does need to avoid the repeat performances of Game 1 and 2 is Garnath. Dude's sitting on 0 points. Dude has not had a chance to breathe, to thrive at all. Game 1, he got rushed. Game 2, he got his eco online, but then got hit by 2. What does Game 3 have in store for our resident 3D clan member? 2 Marlian players feels bad for pit mines. I think they've got kind of a split, though, if you look at it, right? Like, Killjardy goes west, and then you're probably going to have purple go east. There's even the north side, which you might sneak and creep for. So I think there's enough pit mines around them that they don't need to directly contest each other. I'd be probably more worried about this right here. Order the Dragon and the Japanese being so close together. This could lead to like some crazy outpost rush from OOTD, but this could also lead to a fast castle into Mountain Samurai spam that just ruins Unicom's chances altogether. And Unicom is still in contest here, remember. He got some kills. He's sitting on a 1-pointer. Wait. Tuan? What? No! No! Tuan, what is this? Oh my god, he sent the king to scout. Villagers with the shivs out. He's slightly regenning. Remember, Gilded Villagers have higher base damage. The body blocks are coming through. Can Unicom do this? Sprint still on cooldown for a long time. I cannot believe this. A game 3, and what a way to go out. Tuan, it looked like he was using his king to scout here. But the timing, Unicom snuck round the back. He gets the wall up, and he gets up 1 more point on the board before the 5-minute mark in the deciding game for Group C. And just like that, one of the tempo civs, the ones that can be threatening, the most threatening in that mid-game, has been removed from the equation. And Unicom can breathe a sigh of relief because now his spawn is insane. He's playing as OTD. Regnitz is logically the play here. He's parked on 2 relics already. He has 3 additional ones past that easily in his purview. This could be an insanely good game for the player from China. And that might have been the fastest Elam, yeah. And that was not a king throwaway, by the way. No, that was something that if you ask like high-level free-for-all players, they'll say they do this. They send their king out to scout. Because there's so much ground to cover, you want to see what's around you. Your scout's going to go off one way, your village has already been another. You want to try to gather resources, but you also want to gather info. He just got tricked, though. That was sick. What a play from Unicom. Now at 2 points. Qualifying getting more and more realistic for him. Other players, I think, are going to be more chill. I don't expect anyone else to lose their king before the 10-minute mark. And yeah, I've seen loads of players use king to check map. It's 200 HP, and you have the sprint to get out of a jam. Like, realistically, at 3 minutes in the game, how is a 200 HP king going to die? Shouldn't really die. There shouldn't be many ways that you get popped. They walked into the TC and took a few arrows, and then the other sick thing Unicom done there is that he used his scout to body block when the king was trying to run away, which allowed these Gilded Villagers to stay in range. Yeah, I think what Unicom, I think what Tuan was rather trying to do, I think he was trying to scout around the tree line to see what's happening, but sadly, the way they spawned, he wouldn't be able to loop back around. Good idea from Baltin as well. Like, double bore in the area. He has got, what, deer just north of that as well? It's feasible to rush up here. Like we said, the Regnants is going to definitely yield a big reward here. There's no one nearby to contest you. Purple and orange are probably going to waste time denting each other, rather. And all the south side players are way too far away. This is a very chill game for Unicom, but he can't be too chill, remember. He needs kills, right? He's only sitting at 2 points right now. A win is worth 3. That would put him up to 5. He needs to get at least 7. Council play coming in from Hung ADC. Voldemort has got the Kremlin, so he should be fairly safe against these Lombo raids due to the aggressive positioning. He can even now just drop a mining camp here. I think, actually, he might be blocked by the deer. But he can drop it just 1 tile down, and he should be fairly safe to gather there. Remember, whenever you play longbows, even when it's this close to your base, you don't like the idea of moving around the back of the enemy base because it means you're cut off from reinforcements and your retreat is blocked. Voldemort, I don't know what the... Wait. Did he draw a wall like that and then cancel the inside? No, that doesn't sound right. There is a trick right now with walling, guys, where you can basically wall and it costs 25% of what it should. So things around, for example, gold veins. So like the idea is that if you draw a wall past where you really want to do it and keep going and going and going, and then you cancel the starting points, you only get caught with the cost in the middle. The reason that's important is whenever you start a new wall, the cost is like initially very high. So Dragavan, for example, was a giant, enormous nerd about this. And it's why you see him do those little weird tricks where he walls in his mining camp. Because he's basically spending like 7 wood to do that. Because he basically walls past and then cancels everything but the centerpiece. Because centers don't cost that much. Weird wall mechanics. I don't think it's intentional, but... that most definitely is. What a move. Killjadi already teched up. He can't react with his own defensive landmark. So purple with the blocker on the gold. You cheeky son of a gun. Now, he doesn't have the Mancer effect in return by doing this, but he can actively gather up a lot of gold here and turn this into a javelin race that Killjadi could not contest. What a wild build. Meanwhile, I believe we're going to have Unicom, rushing towards that castle age. It's just about got what he needs, so Regnant's going to be coming in soon. And because these two are now having a party in the Marlene home bases, there's nothing to contest him. I genuinely think Unicom is going to be looking at, what, probably a 6 relic game. No one else is rushing castle, right? Maybe Teal? Popo might be the one threat. Yeah, but his castle age timing is so much worse. I think he's just playing on sheep that for some reason is sitting loose because he didn't move them in. Meanwhile, on this side, like, what, are we talking sheep as well? Sheep and there were the deer, because I think he built his base on top of the deer. So Regnant's now on the way up. Garnath is chilling. He did go for the Madressa build, and he is going into stables, so we are going to get some early aggro. I think he's going to be rushing castle as well, though. Yeah, Garnath is already getting ready for it. It just doesn't make sense. You're never going to get enough Sipahi from this type of position. Only if you maybe try and play out into the deer, right? Which he has the mill for, but hasn't been actually actively sitting there. Meanwhile, Voldemort... Wait. Was this an active choice by Voldemort? He never built the hunting cabin out on the deer. He did build one down here, which has got a nice 35 gold trickling in. Voldemort is seeing a perfect 500 bounty. Cha-ching! Meanwhile, Hung. He's not going to get White Tower rushed. Hung ADC has nothing. In fact, wait, what happened? Did he throw away his Lombos on the Kremlin? Oh, they're in the TC. Okay, okay. Good shout, Baltin. No, wait. No, he's got one... there we go. Longbows just came out. Okay, 9 longbows, spear, goes around. This makes sense then. By the way, he has to do this. Look at the map. There's no way out. Voldemort is playing the prison guard for the interned right now. However, Voldemar is also being insanely greedy, building his second H2 landmark. I'm memeing. The High Trade House is coming in. Castle Age is on the way. Voldemar does have very strong walls to delay that ram timing, but he needs to get Men-at-Arms out ASAP. Either that or Knights, but you know, Knights can be contested from an age behind, right? What's coming through? Garnath. Yoinking away relics with his fast castle build. Meanwhile, we have more already coming home for Unicom. Second relic being pulled in. Third on the way as well. Dude, this is a 6th relic game. There's no doubt about it, right? He's got the 2 safely behind him that neither orange or purple can rush towards. He's yoinked away the central relics before Teal can contest them himself. What a damn good game for Unicom. This would be a hell of a comeback story after just being the 3rd Orchid Wheel in that very long game 1, getting only a single pick in game number 2, to then come in and potentially just get a complete swipe performance in the final to qualify through. What a story that would be for the Chinese player. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese player is at least trying to write his own narrative here. One that doesn't involve him being in prison for a very long time. Hung ADC, moving on to the primary TC. Racks are down there, Men-at-Arms are coming. This is not going to work. Wait, the king? This is making me uncomfortable. Okay, he has the villagers now. He did control group them. Nice play here. Ram's going to be going down. He's going to lose extra villagers. A little bit of a subpar micro there from Voldemar, but first Men-at-Arms have now arrived. So should be able to mop up that Ram. I say that. No. Surely not. It's down to 9 HP. It's actually going to live. Okay, that's kind of important, actually. Hung ADC is just going to get a second shot here. He needs to be fast. It's difficult. But if you get to, like, 3 Rams, he can potentially break this TC and get an unlikely King Snipe. But when I say it's unlikely, I'm not exaggerating at all. This is a very hard position for Hung ADC to play out from. Remember, he hasn't got any extended food to work with. I love the fact that you've just got Popo on the high ground watching him right now, by the way. But yeah, he has to transition farms, which is cheap for the English, but it's just more wood going into economy and less going into your round play. Not to mention the Lombos as well. There's a lot of reasons why this is painful. Love the fact that Voldemar wasn't greedy, by the way. The relics are just going to be gone at this stage. You have to pay attention to the attack and deal with it first. So cancels his attempted investment into the monastery. He just focuses on getting more Rax units out. Meanwhile, pass swapping now on the way, so Unicom starting to stack up. Orange and purple, neither of these players are dying quickly, by the way. Some back and forth aggression. I'm kind of surprised Killjadi's actually not just been wiped when it comes to army so far. It feels like purple should be winning these fights every day of the week with active access to gold, but we see why. Mistakes made here. Killjadi... Wait, what the f... This is the most cocky thing you can do right now. Killjadi doesn't even delete the pit mine. He's gathering from it. Which means that purple knows he's here. He goes for a proxy archer range play. Is now going to try to idle him out. So that should give the edge over to purple in terms of raw javelin count to win the fight at home. However, right now, purple is throwing away a lot. What is going on over here? There's only so much we can blame on lag. That felt so entirely unnecessary. 28 eco now. On the other side, Killjadi's at 41. I think he's going to survive this. No freaking way. Meantime, Popo has gone ahead and locked in the Sacred Sites. Realistically, he's not going to be able to hold this. It's just gold gen. Like, think about the lay of the lands. At this stage in the game, it's not feasible to hold back, what, 6 other players? Can't believe he's held back this purple player, though. Killjadi. What a comeback from an ugly position here. Same time, Saharan Trade Network is not looking well for wear. Jabs are going to get chased away. And Killjadi starting to spring to life. Someone who I do not think is going to be alive much longer is Hung ADC. 13 Lombos in total. Voldemar already has 9 Men-at-Arms. He has plenty of food to keep booming these numbers up. He has also got the blacksmith text coming through. He's got the double ranged armor. So these Lombos guaranteed only get to do 1 damage to MAA. Oy, oy. Hung tries to back away now. Voldemort might just consider committing here. I think he's got enough men-at-arms to kind of send through past this. And this is big, remember. If Voldemort can just get one kill, the probability of him just locking in for the playoffs is huge. He's already at the 6-point mark. 7 is incredibly cozy. The leader of the pack is Popo with 8 right now. Everyone else is like, what, 2? I think we had maybe a 3-pointer in there, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 3 points on Killjardy. Killjardy, who's looking just as dented on the other side of the map. So men-at-arms start to move in. Lombo Mass is at least staying alive, Hung ADC. However, Voldemort should have plenty more MAA where that came from. And this wave is going to do a lot of economical damage. So Hung ADC in a pretty rough situation here. Ram's also just getting deleted. Overall, really good trades here. The problem is the Lombo Mass will eventually kill these off, but the time it takes, the idle time achieved, pays for it in return. We'll reset and move away now. Happy with the damage he's done here. Voldemort now sitting at the 40 eco mark. Meanwhile, Hung ADC still ahead at 44. There were some losses with those dives. But when you think about the passive economy, right? 257 gold a minute. On top of that, the 42 gold here from the hunting cabin. And the extra wood that comes in as well. I think it's fair to say he's in a decent position. As long as he doesn't get jumped. Okay. This is a problem. 3 Gilded Knights now marching in. Spearmen aren't going to start being built. Walls are now going up, but slightly delayed here. So all of a sudden, Hung ADC may get a stay of execution courtesy of Popo. Meanwhile, more Gilded Knights arriving elsewhere. Unicron, he just showed up! Purple has nothing. He put everything into Javelin production to try and dent Killjardy, and now, at the worst possible time, Unicom continues the comeback story. This is insane. Remember, Unicom is up in the Imperial Age. His Kushki, elite Gilded Knights here. 460 HP, and both of your targets up here are locked in Feudal Age. Remember, you do get padded torch damage to balance out the fact that you spend so much on these units, right? 28 torch per unit. No banker repairs, no reduction there. Nothing to defend. This is it. So Killjardy needs to kind of time this to attack right now. He doesn't see, though, and this is a problem. If he doesn't realize that Unicom is going for the kill, it's going to be a freebie that Killjardy could potentially intercept. The problem right now is Killjardy only has javelins. He doesn't have a spear to his name. King's going to jump out, though. Tries to escape. Wall's not going to go up. Second game in a row that Purple tried that. Second game it fails him. And now Killjardy gets the bad news. Hello, honey. I've got a taste for Malian blood. 9 of these bad boys right in. Not many Donzos to contest this. Now, if you just go for the army, this is an easy GG. Second wave comes in. That's now 13 Gilded Knights here. And Killjardy, this is critical for Voldemort. Unicom getting this kill may keep his dream alive, but it also makes Voldemort's position in second place remaining more realistic here. Killjardy was looking like the biggest threat. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Lombos have at least snuck out here. Voldemort is being forced to react to that, but second wave is now shifting to head into the economy of Hung ADC. Hung, who is getting ever so close to that opportunity to tech up. Might be difficult to find the timing, though. Not many Lombos left to keep attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, TC about to go down, so both of these players to be eliminated, and that means we're going to have to put more points on the board. That means that Unicom is now going to be on 4 points in game number 3, the deciding game in Group C. And my apologies, I just noticed we do need to update that number in the top left. King will not get away. So there we go. Killjardy out. No chance of making it to the playoffs here in War of Lords. Will not get a lick in on that $1,000 reward. White Tower now being rushed up. Hung ADC has been scouted on it, though. Men-at-Arms need to move. Shifting across now. No textiles either. Hung, I'm not liking this. The Men-at-Arms are clowning, though. That might be a saving grace. It's going to allow him to get up. The pathfinding betraying Voldemort here. Rams are moving in, though. White tower defense is at least going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but the TC was already starting to get dented. Interesting choice being made, actually. The king is over here, so realistically, you'd think Voldemar would want to deal with that, send the Rams in. Instead, just trying to get rid of the defensive landmark. Sacred Sight might be ticking, but I don't think for much longer. One Knight goes for the decap. That is going to get blocked by Popo, but yeah, there you go. Unicom knows. In fact, Unicom is simultaneously hunting for Garnath in the south while looking for the decap in the center. This is getting uncomfortable, man. If Unicom gets the kill on Garnath, I think it's just an easy GG. Voldemort is going to torch through on that white tower. More Rams being built up behind this. He knows he's going to have to get more TCs afterwards, so you can already see him gathering the stone to prep for that exact moment. White tower now on fire. And I think the end of the road for Hung ADC. No food, no wood, no chance, no shot. All of his eco is right here. All of his population is on the screen. Voldemort. It's going to be expensive to burn through the TC as well, right? It hasn't got that many minute-arms left, but at this point, it's undeniable. Sacred Sight in the meantime has been decapped, so no shot of Popo ruining everyone's day here. That would have been an insane way for Voldemort to qualify, by the way. Just Popo getting all the points for the eliminations and the win points to keep Voldemort in for the playoffs. Instead, Unicom, my god, he's actually going for it. Against Janissaries and Great Bombards. It's 10-pin Dragon, baby. Sorry, 20-pin Dragon. The bowling balls aren't strong enough. They can't deal with it. Great Bombard's going to go down. And Garnath, not once has he been able to find a game in this series where he could get an elim, get a favorable fight. I think he's finishing this entire series on 0 points. Janissaries in the choke points. Looks like he's summoned with the Vizier point usage. Expensive investment. And a one-off, right? And yeah, there it is. Janissary Company confirmed he did waste the point on that. It is going to be time for the castle to go up. First wave of Gilded Knights is going to be brought down. In the meantime, though, the kill is confirmed. Voldemort notches another one on his belt. Now up at 7 points in this series. This is getting tight. However, Voldemort might be about to die. Remember, he's been building mass men-at-arms, not spearmen. Popo is hunting in. You could break for the walls here to escape, and that's very difficult for Popo to deal with. Remember, these pass walls have double health. Spearmen are at least starting to spawn out, and it looks like instead of reacting to it, Popo is just targeting onto the TC. Does this work? This is really difficult. Villagers are repairing right now. More Spearmen are at least coming out. The men-at-arms are cutting the reinforcements. Gilded Knights are starting to back off a little bit here. There is a chance Voldemort survives this if there's a move by Unicom now. If he sends it into Popo's base, Popo will have to react. However, Popo might just allow that exchange because getting 1 point on Voldemort would qualify him. Right now, Unicom is the biggest threat. Voldemort dying paves the path for Popo to qualify either way. Because either Unicom flops and Garnath can't turn it around anyway, or Unicom rolls the entire lobby, qualifies second, and leaves Voldemort in third. This is actually really smart by Popo. Good strategic choice here. We'll have to see if it pays off. King is at least going to be protected. We've got a little bit of gate shenanigan going on. Unicom, he's actually not attacking into teal right now. Garnath is on the way. I don't know if this is the European Alliance. I'm not sure really what the hell these guys are meant to be doing here. It feels like he's maybe trying to snatch a king kill last second. Which would be a hilarious way of griefing the results and the outcome of this game. More walls being built. This is wild. There's no way. You would have thought he would have went south side into the secondary TC, but he chose not to. He has got sprint coming off cooldown, so he might make the move now. Might have to. Ah, the TC died. No, Voldemort's dead, guys. There's no comeback here. He doesn't have enough economy to get enough spears. Remember, these are elite Gilded Knights, and it's no small quantity. It's 16 of them. So Voldemort pinned against the tree line with nowhere to run. his journey will end here. Because with this, Voldemar sits at 7 points. Unicom looks poised to win. If he kills one extra person and gets the win, which he'll do together, and it looks feasible, that would put him up to 8. And he's now popping in. Poppo. Wait, he hasn't got the kill, guys. Oh my god. Voldemar, he can actually survive this. This is big. This is actually huge. If Poppo's king dies, Voldemar has a very thin opportunity to upset. He'd need the Garnath kill. They need to somehow beat red, which I just don't see happening. But at least muddies the water. If Poppo, however, can just get this one kill, no one can stop him from proceeding through to the playoffs. King. What? Okay, he's out of places to run, though, guys. Like, this is it. E repairs his buying time. Meanwhile, more knights are reacting. That's slowing down the rate, which Unicom is killing off Poppo here. And the Wolves. Oh, I feel so bad for him because I don't think Voldemar knows the maths involved here. Poppo was already at 8 points, right? And Unicom got enough kills. I don't think he tracked those early kills. Unicom's at 4. This will be 5. And the only way then that Voldemar could qualify is if Garnath somehow kills Unicom. But now, Voldemar's journey here ends with a kill for Poppo. 9 points for Poppo. But I think that's all that he's going to write. With this many Gilded Knights here, it's undeniable now. So that is going to be Poppo going out in 3rd place for game number 3. But he will finish in an undisputable qualifying position here. The only thing now is that Unicom might top the groups. What a comeback story. Unicom now sitting at 5 points. And realistically, he should win this showdown with Garnath. If he does, that will put him up to a 9-point finish, mirroring the results of Poppo. So many of these Gilded Knights on the way. How else could this end? 39 Gilded Knights, 18 Gilded Lancenet. Garnath's grand army total is 31 Sipahi and 20 Janissaries. 2 great bombards. So your opponent has more military units, military entities than you. Keep in mind that's not easily done, guys. Order the Dragons spend double the military pop because they're doubly effective. Stonewall's coming in, so he's going to force a stage fight here. But I think this fight goes one way. The decline of the Ottoman Empire. Wave 1 arrives, second wave now coming in. Yes, it's Janissaries, but who cares when it's this many knights? Clan scores are now starting to arrive. The cleave starting to sliver its way in here. And I think Garnath understands that there's no hope, no way that he can help Voldemar make it through. It is going to be a comeback story. Unicom, game 3. An overwhelming performance to make it through to the playoffs. From, what was it, 1 point? This game, he butchers all. Kicks off with a 3-minute elimination on a 2-on. Follows it up with a double Marlene strike. Gets rid of Poppo. And finishes off with Garnath to make it a 5-kill lobby for the Chinese player. To make it a 9-point finish. To head through and keep his dreams alive of thrusting the trophy and taking the lion's share of this $1,000 free-for-all tournament. Ha ha ha! These are the games that are sick to watch, man. If you give me more games like this and less like game 1, I'm going to be excited about free-for-all tournaments every day until the sun sets. Oh. I'll happily cast it for years. Because this was fun. What an incredible performance. At this point, Garnath, I mean, he's not gonna do kill Jardy levels. I don't think this game's over. I think he's just gonna allow it to happen, to flow over him. Let Unicom get the kills that he earned. Because now, with this one, it's a 9-point finisher. And that is gonna be 2 Asians qualifying through to the playoffs. 1 from Japan, now 1 from China. If you let me win, I'll send you more 2-hour games. Jesus Christ, buddy. GG, buddy. That was a rough one. Oh, man. Yeah, it's like you needed... I think so the Killjardy versus the other Marlin player thing was a benefit and also a pain. Damn. I don't know, Gardner felt like really slow in these games. Actually, I think he probably changed his strategy because game 1 he tried to be fast and he got punished. But then the last 2 games felt too slow. Like he was never able to hunt for anything in time. Bolton, you have to carry Europe. Wow, look at that. Core already writing off Beastie in Group D. I'm going to tell him that. Yeah, guys, there's still actually one more series to come. We'll be covering it here tomorrow at the same time. Beastie will get hard focused. That's true. It's a possibility, yeah. But tomorrow, look at who we've got. So we've got 3 groups now resolved. 1 more to come tomorrow. Group D is going to be Beastie, Hom Senpai, Isanich, Khan, Sassy, Tank San SC2, Vuvovan, and Scarlet Devil. I think Vuvovan's going to surprise people there. I think that's definitely going to be one of the ones to watch. Scarlet Devil is no pushover either, right? That guy's consistently in the top 100. So maybe Sass? I wonder if Sass is going to play quick enough. Sass strikes me as someone who'll chill for that like mid-late game more. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe his playstyle has changed a bit in free-for-alls. I haven't seen him in free-for-alls for a while. But I don't think you want to sit back, right? I think you're going to need those kills. Sass is a quick boy? Okay. That could work then. An NA tourney? No. Oh, no, this is not... Actually, well, I guess there's a no NA tourney. I don't know if anyone was asked and they just declined. Clearman organized this and reached out to a bunch of the people, right? I guess just didn't want to. NA is busy. If you think about it, you have 2 top-tier NA players and they're both practicing for Red Bull Wallalow because one's qualified and the other's Isbro, right? So it kind of makes sense. One good game's all you need. That's true. Core should be an inspiration for people. Basically, he turns into a welcome mat in game 1, then completely stomps everyone in game 2. Boom. Then disconnects in game 3. Oh, man. What a game. Oh, so let me name that one. Big mistake. So... Scouting with your king in Regicide. Is over-optimized. Is an over-optimization, maybe. I think that could work. You can dig up Blade if you can find him, man. Yo, guys, by the way, perfect time to remind you. Look, 4 games with your AMD system for free, or at least 2 if you don't buy the GPU. The GPUs will give you 4 games for free. The CPUs will give you 2. And look at what's on offer. This is 100% worth it, so you'll definitely want to play this. Warhammer 40k Space Marines for free. You'll also get Unknown 9 Awakening, which looks like a pretty cool game. I checked it out a little bit earlier. Some cool graphics there. The person there, I'm pretty sure that's the actor from The Witcher. And big shout out to Good News Bulls. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you for the sub. But yeah, take advantage of this right now. This is an absolute banger of a deal. And then if you go for the graphics card, you'll also be able to choose 2 of the 4 games here. Either Avatar, Starfield, Lies of P, or Company Heroes free. I did notice today they added bundles to this page as well. These weren't on here yesterday, so check these out. Because these are actually pretty damn good deals. Getting a 7800 X3D, as well as a graphics card and the motherboard for under £1,000 is actually pretty good in the current climate. And these CPUs in particular are definitely worth it. I'm still sitting on a 3700X. I'm hoping to upgrade soon to the newest series. Either I'll go the 7 series or the 9 series. But I've had this CPU since like 2019, and it served me very well. All the production, everything done between running the game and streaming is all done on one PC, courtesy of the Ryzen. So definitely worth picking one of those up. All right. That in mind, though, we should check and see if there's any ladder shenanigans. So I want to cast 1 or 2 1v1s before we call it. Teaching Stormgate to an AoE player today, and he just sat and watched as his units got stormed. Wait, what? Maybe because they want more of a macro game? Pay the predictions? Which color won? It was red, right? Was it red, chat? I could double check the replay. I'm pretty sure he's red. Okay, hype. Yeah, Unicom is red. Boom. Enjoy your points. Wait, who's called Divine Junior? What? Anna's in a game against someone called Divine Junior. I just don't know who this is. Let me quickly check. Is this Core? Wait, it's Diakusi? Has he really called himself Divine Junior? Jesus Christ. You know you're something when Divine Junior, the guy that builds 1 million English TCs, is flaming you. Yeah, well, flame strong word, but yeah, embracing it. Oh, that's fantastic. I needed that. All right, guys, so here's the gist of it. Food's going to be in like probably 40 or 50 minutes. So we're going to watch 1 or 2 1v1s to round out the stream. And then with the free-for-all action, we'll be back for more of those games tomorrow when it kicks off at the same time. All right, there we go. So update that tile. Oh, God, that's annoying. Wait, do I have another... Do I have, like, another scene? Pretty sure I had another scene. Guess not. I'm just going to have to manually do it. Alright, so we'll turn the free-for-all scores off. There we go. That's actually easier than I realized. Yeah, Voldy, Als, no Asian monies. You're gonna have to find some Ukrainian mafia money or some Middle East money or some NA oil money or some Norwegian cow inheritance money. He's fully embraced the meme. There's no denying anymore. Divine Junior over here. So this is Diakusi. For those unfamiliar with Diakusi, he is one of the most prolific English TC spammers in the game. Something that Divine DFP was renowned for back when he played. I love that he is not even denying it anymore. Divine Junior has entered the field in the teal. Meanwhile, the south side, we know this lad. My Insanity's Anatand on the Juji. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are live from the ladder for this absolute beaut. Juji versus English, man. This is kind of interesting, right? Because this is a matchup that historically heavily favored the English. But the way you usually played it for it to favor you was kind of Lombo all in. When was the last time you saw Diakusi do a Lombo all in? It could be happening today, folks. We have a counter hall play, which, you know, usually when you go multi-TC, it just feels better to do the king, right? So maybe, is this possibly a reformed Diakusi? Dare I say that this is a new-gen Diakusi that attacks people? I will curb expectations. We'll give it a second, we'll see. Other side of it, Anatan is actually going to be the one trying to TC him. He's pretty hard on the stone already. I like this approach, by the way. If you know you definitely want to go for the 2 TC, playing first onto the stone makes a lot of sense. Because whether it's a king or it's a Lombo spam, both of those can attack you early. So getting the risky resource first makes a lot of sense. If you're in a matchup where your opponent isn't necessarily going to be aggressive, then it can make more sense to go wood first. Because then if you see they're doing something more greedy than you, you can invest that wood into production to attack instead of into TC booming. But obviously, whenever you go stone first, you're locking your choice. Medigun is going to be a safe one as well, so nothing too explorational here, just locking in the gold and the wood. Yeah, not a great spawn actually overall for Anatan, right? There wasn't any jackpot option on the map for him as far as I can see anywhere. Not even the back spawn berries would have yielded that much. He got scammed. If he had Divine Junior spawn here, that would have been a really good meditation garden in the back corner. I feel like a lot more players, when they're playing Juji, haven't really been interested in doing these loose meditation gardens anymore. And the reason is that they changed it now, right? Like, you can actually burn down the Medi Garden, and you don't risk feeding your opponent. Because there used to be a bug where if they rebuilt it, it calculated the resources again, so it essentially doubled the meditation garden value. Second TC on the gold. This is going to be a fast castle build from Anno. I love that little change as well. This is the blocker rotation around the back by Lombos or anything else. Kind of just secures the backside. without having to wall it in. You know, after I hyped up Divine Jr. doing something aggressive, we have no aggression. Oh my god, he's spending so much wood walling himself in like this. This isn't cheap, folks. Is he fast castling? And yeah, 2TC no song is fine, I think. Because the logic here is now if you think about it this way, if you're going 2TC, what is it you say, 30%, I think? Right, 30% on a structure that should cost you 750 resources. Alternatively, keep Tang Dynasty and save 15% on something that costs you 1,800 resources. Right? I think that's a better deal. Because you also have to remember you have to spend the 510 resources building the Jiangnan, right? So actually, like, the balance of that is it's even more to get to what you're looking for. So yeah, overall, like, I would say I prefer this approach than going Song just to then go fast castle. This build makes a lot more sense. It's just stick Tang. I think, like, a lot of people have started to appreciate just how insanely valuable Tang is for the Zhu. Double deer stack, though. So although it was a very heavy investment without wheelbarrow to wall this in, credit to him, Divine Jr. got a really, really good spawn. Yeah, 225 would save for the town center with Song, 180 for fast castle with Tang. No, because Tang isn't Tang 15%? Just double checking, but I'm pretty sure it's 15%. So that would equate to 270 savings. Pretty sure I'm right on that one. 15%. There we go. I'll tip my hat. 15%, yeah, but it's 15% of 1,800 resources, remember. So you're actually saving 270. It's just better this way. And like I said, on top of that, if you want to go Song, you're also going to have to build Jiangnan. So, like, you have to equate that into the calculation as well. Yeah, reminder, guys, Tang Dynasty is a discount on the entire cost. Any tech costs in terms of landmarks. So you save on the food and the gold by 15%. And that's the build Anatan's going to. So this will be a monastery play. There's nothing on the field to contest him. Divine's trying to go for his own rush up, and this is probably going to be King's Palace, which means there's going to be no knights on the field to contest. And I always loved your baboon games, Don. I can really sense you saying ooh, ooh, ah, ah, as I watch them. So thank you very much. Shaolin Monastery coming up with the 6. Remember, this is very fast because of the build speed of the Zhu. The relic distribution is pretty good as well. A lot of it kind of condensed towards the center of the map. If this was a white tower build, that would be a good sign for Divine to kind of camp and block, but this is 100% going to be a King's Palace build. Yeah, and it's going to be the King's Palace, behind the walls at least. I mean, this is at least the nice thing. I kind of respect the fact he went deer instead of just going farms. The problem with going farms is just it slows down your tech timing so much in a timing-based matchup, right? This at least allows you to skip farms and focus on getting military units in. Because you have basically got like 4k food sitting here. Oh, Don's training the new generation of Dutch gamers. Damn, look at that. Donate's like, I could finally retire. Well, not now, but a few years from now, I'll be like, finally, a successor to inherit my kingdom. Why did Divine go council if he's going fast castle? He does this regularly. I think he just likes the easy access to Lombos. I've seen him do it a lot, though. Outpost going up on the gold. Lance is already coming out, and I think Anatan is probably supervising that. No, he actually stopped supervising. I think he supervised for the first one, looking at the timing, but kind of interesting. Usually at this point, it's worth doing. He definitely has just about enough economy to maybe justify it. 2TC definitely does skew the numbers a little bit, though. Relics are on the way home. Maybe the reason is that he's trying to build more Shaolin monks here. So far, he's only got one. I understand not supervising Lancer production if you want to double monk here, but it is only the one. Love the play on the flanks as well. Another problem with what Divine's done here is he's got a very static comp, right? He can camp relics, which we said were kind of like pushed towards the center here, smushed together. But as a result of that spawn, I feel like we're seeing the food maybe be a little bit looser on the flanks. It's not something realistically you're going to raid unless you go knights. What's the meta civ right now? Achery. I wouldn't say Byzantines. Byzantines are strong, but Achery is even easier. Both work though. English is also really like strong again. And honestly, this whole idea of what's the meta civ, like what's your rank, what's the map, like I would just recommend pick something you like playing and learn to be better with it. Because if you're good enough at the game, you can like easily get to conk with any civ. You could play French and get to conk if you're good enough at the game. Fine. Building up a lot of crossbow spears here. Anatan is very light on the army, but has a lot of raid potential here. Divine just trying to go... I can't get used to that. Teal just trying to go for the long walls here. Meanwhile, look, Raid is going to connect on towards the goal. Does snipe one of the villagers. Remember, the second TC was much later for the English, so Anatan quite far ahead. Another benefit of this back TC, I don't think Teal ever scouted him. I don't think he even knows. Oh, walls are complete, so no raid potential the other way for Teal in this game. You can't really rush Imperial Age as the English here either. This is going to be a timing attack out of Anno. A lot of Lancers are being produced right now. There's a myriad moving to Spears, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe Siege Workshop into like double nested Bs afterwards. It's kind of a weird dynamic to run those two together, one fast unit, one slow. It can work, especially when your opponent is just so pushed up, smushed up against the edge of the map already. Now, Lancers are just going to start intercepting the trickle of spears. I wouldn't even be against the idea of now, like, song transition, play long castle, and start spamming monks. Your opponent has gone crossbow plus spears. So, funnily enough, mass shallow monks just deletes that, right? And by going for the gradual tech up, you can get access to the pagoda with Yuan. Mountain Academy is really nice in these type of situations, like just generating more attacks. The speed boost alone feels insanely valuable. Ottomans still need almost no vills and still rolling great bombards at you. Why are you letting them get to Imperial Age? On paper, Ottomans are broken. In reality, they don't get there. What are the win conditions of these two civs? So Anatan's looking at a timing attack to surge, and Diakusi should really just be hunkering down to try and survive. Instead, he tries to attack, and that could end up being a mistake. Veteran sees the Spearman just came in. Crossbow count is still high, but the Spearman count is not. So Anatan turning here to defend this is going to work out for him. Should be able to push this away. He's going to retreat for now, so the outpost should be able to just push them away. Done enough damage here. A lot of knights were lost for Anatan, but remember, he is eco ahead. He's got 3 relics. He's got the taxmen. And he's got a good enough economy that now he's going to start switching off into mass spearmen, which is kind of wild. That's actually insane. Not your usual, right? But like crossbow spears versus your mass spears. If you think you've got a better economy, it makes a lot of sense. And eventually, like when you go for the granary play, you're going to always stay ahead on villagers, so it becomes more ease as a transition to pull off. That being said, with men-at-arms on the way, this has to be something else, like crossbows or maybe siege. I don't like the idea of Anna just building spears. Okay, so so now he's going Palace Guard. And someone's going to be like, yeah, KB, of course you're going Palace Guard. Why would you build spears here? Why would you build Palace Guard when your opponent shows mass crossbows? That's a little perplexing to me. It's almost like he's hoping his opponent's just going to stop producing. But he hasn't given him a reason to stop producing, right? Like, you'd stop producing crossbows if you saw maybe 20 horsemen coming. But I'll just build more spears instead. I guess maybe Anatan just wants to raid. That would kind of fit the theme, right? Like, men-at-arms are slow, Palace Guard are fast. Looks like the monsters are going to try to intercept some reinforcements here. It's going to give them time to build up the Palace Guard bulk to take the main fight. Still no Nesta Bees. We have got the archer rangers waiting on the side. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been leveraged to go into Zhuge here. Even that would make quite a lot of sense, right? Your opponent's got mass crossbow spears. The only issue with going mass Zhuge is if he sees it and pivots men at arms, you just feed the game, right? I do think Nesta Bees is the easiest way to win this for Anatand. He seems to be very delayed on his transition, which to a certain degree is forgivable. You need a front line before you think about your back line, right? Definitely in the mid game, but I think we are at the stage now where Siege Workshop makes a lot of sense. And he can always spam them up very quick, remember. You can supervise Siege Workshops to get them out faster. And it might be that for now, he didn't have the wood to put into Nesta Bees because he's putting it all into the farm transition. Kind of mirrored on the farm count as well, right? 23 over here for the English. Meanwhile, Zhuge sitting at 18. So pretty tight. Granary is going to mean that you're not as strong as the mills. Remember, the mills at this stage are giving 25% increased gathering rate. One granary only gives 10%. However, if Anatan walks over one Imperial official, it will inflate his food eco beyond that of the English. Kind of feels like Anatan is leveraging the fact that TQC, I'd say, doesn't seem to ever feel confident or comfortable as an attacking player. Right? Because I feel like the way that Anatan done this transition left him quite weak to just a continuous dive. But it felt like Diakusi didn't see or sense it. So all of a sudden you now get a game where Anatan takes the military lead. Yes, it's countered by the mass crossbows, the Palace Guard, but the Nesta Beast is going to solve for that problem. And you don't have any sort of chip damage, raid damage coming through to stop Anatan from reaching this bulk. What do you think, guys? Can Teal find the way? Kind of feels like this might already be over. The Nesta Beast is completely uncounted. He's massing men at arms now. Nesta Beast will solve for that as well. Armor Clad is great. Does nothing against siege damage. He's going to back away. Doesn't even try to hang around. I think Anno could just tech. He's got a lot of surplus gold, right? Like the taxation plus the relics have been adding up. I'd love to see him just go for Yuan just to get the pagodas to inflate his eco more. And also the discount's pretty damn good at this stage when you're just spamming this many Palace Guard. He's probably going to just hang on Song because for now he doesn't have the full granary set up, right? There's still like half of it to be done. So there's a lot of savings to be had there. But no, looks like it is going to be that tech up. Anatan, stockpiling. Divine Haste is really powerful here, even against the massament of crossbows. Obviously, your Palace Guard are a little bit weaker than China's because you don't get the Battle Harden. But in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter. Like, it's still going to be a big enough lead here. Teal's nowhere near his own tech. Even if he was, it would have to be a Berkshire in this position, which long-term always feels bad. In fact, what you could do now if you're Anno is just kind of lock in the Sacred Site so that Diakusi can't sit behind these walls. This should be Temple of Sun because Anatan is a guy who likes winning games. I'm sorry if someone who builds libraries feels targeted there, but you should. There we go. Anno, a winner of games. If you guys want to win some games, as in get some games, basically there's a rebate for buying. Check out that offer right now. AMD GPUs and CPUs, you buy them, you get a bunch of games for free, including some big upcoming top titles, such as Space Marines 2, as well as some bangers that have already released, like Lies of P. Why haven't you clicked it? Click it. They deliver all over Europe. Palace Guard upgrades coming in, and you can supervise those, by the way. He is only 20 seconds to work with, and Teal has to come out. But there's no time, right? This is the brutal thing with Zhuge in China. Their tech speeds are so quick due to supervision, you can't really stop them. He's already got the uni as well. He's going to rush Elite Armor Tactics. He's got so much gold as well. Yeah, there we go. Just supervise straight away. EAT coming in 30 seconds. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Supervision is one hell of a drug. They pull away. Push comes in. Nesta Bees hitting flurries. Passguard are going to back up a little here. EAT just a few seconds away. 10 seconds and counting down. And this simply isn't enough from Teal. The Nesta Bees can now just clear this up. He's trying to split the crossbows to minimize the damage, but I think the outcome of this is just undeniable at this stage. Army's going to get wiped. Elite Army Tactics is now in. It's 19 damage versus Men-at-Arms that hit for 13. Even the crossbows that are meant to counter these guys only hit for 21 damage against a unit that has over double the health. Let's get retreat towards safety. Looks like Teal did actually save up the resources to try for Imperial Age, so maybe there's a hope of reaching up. Not sure how much hope you've got beyond that, though. Divine Haste is there, so the moment you tech, the moment Anatan hears it, he's going to rush towards the base on the flanks. And we mentioned it had to be Berkshire, right? If you're not controlling the flow of the game, you're going to need a defensive fallback. So Berkshire defensive landmark now on the way. It's only a palisade to hold him back here. A lot of villagers being pulled across to build out the Barky. Men-at-Arms line very thin here. Passguard starting to ripple by. Crossbow count not growing. I mean, everything is just going into this tech right now. You can't afford to push more units, really. We're going to continue to get pushed back. Berkshire does at least go up. So tech up complete. But with this many Palace Guard, this could easily be a flood past and onto the back farms. In fact, I think that's exactly what he's looking for. Pushes in deeper. Crossbows not getting upgraded whatsoever here. And folks, this is wave number 1, remember. This is more of like a zombie game. A zombie survival game than it is an RTS. UPG are going to find their way into the back farms. Textiles can at least mitigate some of the losses here. But if you look at the map, you should just start to see a consistent line of blue across the map. Bombard's also already packing up and moving in. Ford Rax is going to be there for the Passguard Flood. We have, interestingly enough, got Grenadiers coming through. I wouldn't have expected that here. Grenadiers do feel pretty good, especially against Men-at-Arms, though, due to the very high damage resistance. Because remember, it's siege damage, so it completely just bypasses that defense. Ottomans, I'd say, are priority in free-for-alls. I can kind of understand it. Getting rid of them early is easy. Although free-for-alls, I don't think so, because I think the map's too big. It's hard to leverage. Team games, definitely, I can see. But, like, the free-for-alls, to a certain degree, it's annoying because Great Bombard's OP, but the maps are just so big that can be a problem because, as we saw early from Kiljadi, when you move out, you don't want to set up the blacksmiths, you don't have production, so, like, you know, creeping bases towards the enemy side is difficult. But yeah, it's situational. There's ways where it's important to snipe an Ottoman player. There are situations where you don't need to worry as much. All's now coming up. Mount Lu Academy is coming in, by the way. So this spam is about to get much stronger. The granary transition is now in full effect and complete. 43 farms deep, double granary. You can even add in more if you need to, but this should be good enough. Rams also now being set up. Elite Army Tactics is being prepped, but it's a whole minute's wait for Teal. I wonder if Anatan's just going to try to keep drop center and play it a bit slower. We have got the mass grannies on the way. Meantime, walls are about to get breached. Berkshire is still saving the goose from getting cooked here, but it does have its limitations. Kind of feels a little bit like Anatan's been playing with his food here. But better safe than sorry, right? I've seen plenty of games where you dive into the English attack speed aura and you just throw the game away, right? And it was a full upgrade. It's Network of Citadels. He does need to build outposts, though. I don't like what's happening here, guys. Remember, Network of Citadels is bugged right now. If you research it, all existing landmarks lose the ability to give the aura. And right now, across Divine Jr.'s entire base, he has 2 outposts projecting that aura. 2 outposts that aren't even fortified. Lane Imperial, what do you do against 6 to 8 Great Bombards, 2 Mangoes plus 30 Knights? I mean, you should have a pretty sizable army yourself if you got to that point. The idea is Springald's early to try and deal with the Great Bombards and whittle them down. That comp you just described, I think, like to a certain degree, Springals and Spears can kind of deal with it. Great Bombards are OP, sure, but like getting that scale point isn't easy. They do need to be nerfed. I've already said this multiple times. I don't think Great Bombards are a good addition to the game. They're incredibly toxic. But Ottomans at the highest level are not even remotely a problem. Because the issue is getting to that point. Well, now that we reached the point of Imperial Age, I've got to say, Teal has got a really big army. I think Anatan has been dodging the problem here. So focused on raids because there was no true walls going up. Hasn't really prepped himself for a main fight. Yeah. Oh, by the way, if your opponent went Knights instead of Janissary Sipahi, you can just build Horsemen to snipe out the siege. The reason why, like, Ottoman's late game comp looks OP is not just Great Bombards are insane, it's the fact that you can't build Horsemen to snipe them. You solely have to do Springals. And the reason is because most Ottoman players build Janissaries. There's no way Teal wins this, right? There shouldn't be. That's double imp, right? We're up in Ming, so we actually have the extra tech opportunities to come through down the line. Wait, where is it? Am I blind? 1, 2. You're blind. Oh, there it is. This game, you probably are going to be going for what? Bombard AoE damage isn't too bad. I'm a really big fan of Dynastic Protectors into Yuan Raiders. If you think about what Anatan's been trying to do, it's been Palace Guard on the flanks to attack. Yuan Raiders basically do that as well. Opposite is now Wolves, so maybe it kind of pushes you away from that. In that case, I don't mind the idea of the 10,000 bolts. But yeah, it is going to be Cloud of Terror. So we've got a Bombard switch up coming in. As I like to call it, discount Great Bombards. And remember, he has also got this, which he can toggle into Divine Defense, which turns them into a discount Great Bombard because they go to 11 tower range at that stage. Not to mention these Nesta Bees get absurd. 9 tower range. Remember, we have got the Ming Dynasty giving the damage buff. 15% more here on the Granny Boys, on the Nesta Bees. He's trying to force a choke point fight. Still going to take the bait. He seems a little bit hesitant right now. Good reason, right? These choke points kill him. He needs to burn the buildings down and move through gradually one by one. Can't rush this. No, prepping more Bombards. He's getting that big boy splash damage, and he is prepping the Dynastic Protectors we talked about. I think you just flood Yuan. Yuan Raiders produce quickly, they're quite cheap, quite effective. Down the back and forth poke continues. Nesta Bees are starting to hit though. Divine Haste is still activated. A few minute arms though, sneak around the backside, but Nesta Bees definitely doing the damage. There's going to be a peel back now. Bombards have got that splash damage. The Grenadiers as well. They're starting to sweep through this. It's pretty much crossbows versus Grennies. Nesta Bees are going to move up as well. So men at arms have been deleted. Only 10 of them left in the field. Mass crossbows is the only thing that Teal has between him and Oblivion right now. Not sure he's going to have them for much longer. I've got to say, Network of Citadels is toxic, guys. Like, this shouldn't even be close right now, but that attack speed buffer is what is making it look that way. That being said, we are reaching the point where you're trickling troops, and that's where actually Bombard just feels better, right? You're able to snipe them down one by one as they come in. Yeah, like that. Not sure how long Teal can keep this up either. The reason why he's been kind of holding these fights back has been the crossbows, but now that they're dying, if it's just men-at-arms, I favor usually 100%. The crossbows with the insane 1.64 attack speed is why this is looking competitive. Remember, these guys attack quicker than Arbitrary with full upgrades. Smiley face. Bombards. This is a lot of a problem, is if you're just on mass men-at-arms, the splash damage the Bombards is just the MVP, right? So we are just sticking on Divine Haste here. The clapping is big here, by the way. The Ming Dynasty, you're hitting for 24 damage with these Palace Guard. Men at Arms are sitting at 20 damage. They do have a better attack speed with the Aura. But the whole idea of that attack speed Aura is you're meant to be a mile ahead. You're not in this situation, right? It's 1.38 versus like 40% increase, so it ends up being, I think, about 0.9. And all of a sudden, Teal's starting to break. Now, this is moving back towards the side of the map where production is going to be on his side, but I think the value you're going to gain from that is going to be limited, right? Yeah, temporary reset, and this is why. Yuan Raiders now on the way. Yuan Raiders are the OP unit for Zhu Ji in the late game. People have been sleeping on this unit for way too long. There's been loads of cool experimentations around bombards, attempts to make the Grenadiers work, but this is the reality. 200 health base. That's without biology, by the way. Goes higher. 15% damage increase already puts you 21 damage. If you add in the charge over here from the Temple of Sun, you can ramp that up by another 20%. So you're hitting for about 26 damage per strike. That's absurd. And what do you pay to get this 26 damage per strike every 1.5 seconds? 120 resources. And primarily food. This is the beast unit in the late game for Zhu Ji. Honestly, Yuan Raiders are the Giga Chads, and Imperial Guards are the bait. Don't build this, 100% build this. And God forbid if they actually find workers. Look at this, easy little raids in. The other thing that's just absurd is, like, to top it off, all those stats I gave, pretty good, right? 7 ranged armor, great for diving. 2 movement speed. You only ever want to be building Imperial Guards when you're up against a full melee focus, and you have to take that melee fight. Because remember, Imperial Guards have no ranged armor, lots of melee armor. Yuan are the other end of the spectrum. And yeah, this damage is going to start to be felt. That tree line's been chopped through, by the way, so he can just flood through onto the farms. Remember, because he's got 7 ranged armor, static defenses aren't going to really matter that much. Divine, like, I don't know why, but for some reason DQC's going into the probably the worst tech in the game. Geometry is on the way. I can't believe the guy who designed Scandinavia and made Sweden as they are is criticizing someone else's balance. The world we live in. Yeah, DQC refusing to throw in the towel yet, but he hasn't got much left in this game. There's 3.5 minutes left for the Sacred Site timer. If that doesn't get you, the quadruple bombard spam will. Yuan Raider numbers are climbing. Remember also, on top of everything I said, Yuan Raiders are light. They're not heavy. So this crossbow mass is just kind of irrelevant against them, right? Like, you hit for, what is it, 20 damage, I think? No, it's a little bit higher than that. Yeah, 22 damage. Your opponent mitigates a third of your damage while having 240 HP. Ringing the bell here. Anathan, please just kill him. When I see him backing up like this, I'm getting flashbacks to that free-for-all that felt like it was going to go 2 hours because of the unnecessary decap. Boardman can work, I just don't think it's necessary in this game. This is faster, right? Palace Guard, Yuan Raiders, just a much quicker comp. So there's going to be a shuffle out, but we have got to keep over here. The weird part to me is just how much Anatan backed up. Is he trying to stress test the Yuan Raiders or something? Or just see how good Mass Grenadiers are, I guess. Decap is on the way. Ram is able to decap, remember. Army's now going to march in. Yuan Raiders are going to try to block the decap. Going to be able to buy a little bit of time here. I love that he hides him in the castle to just shift them out like this. Yes. Sick move there. Pause the timer. Front wave is going to get disintegrated. The Grenadiers able to wipe out the men-at-arms. And the Yuan Raiders live long enough to pause the timer so that now he can mob through. Mango shots are coming in, but now the Grenny should be able to trade with the backline. I say that, the A-click's not ideal here. Anatan, big mistake made. Instead of attacking the crossbows, his A-clicks are hitting the spearmen. This is not efficient. He's losing the fight right now. Decap at least getting blocked at the very end here, though. Palace Guard are going to creep in once more. But that is going to be a successful decap on the site. And a big question mark as to why Anatan didn't just part between the two and pivot quicker. Dude, no. No. Don't lose like this. Please. And this is why I hate Grenadiers every day of the week. Remember what we said? If it was just mass men-at-arms, good. Crossbows, no. If it was just going to be like this comp where it's mass crossbows, Yon Raiders wins the game. Unbelievable. Anatan is just so desperate to prove that Grenadiers work. And I'm just sitting here shaking my head going, I don't know about that one, dog, the entire bloody time. So if he leads with the Yuans and follows up the Palace Guard, I think this is a really good fight. Because the crossbows will attack the worst unit that they could attack, right? Here we go, brute force in. Bombards still have that splash damage, remember. Sprinals are not targeting them either. Grenadiers are mopping up the center of the fight fast here. The overflow is in effect, and here we go, Anatan. This is what we needed. Play it like a Zerg. 4,000 food income a minute. There's no other way to do it. Breaks through. Line begins to break, and the crossbow count is shrinking fast. And this is where this should snowball. Teal should not have the ability to hold without mass crossbows. I don't even know how this game is still going on. Feels like the type of game that should have ended about 10 minutes ago. I think we are on the verge of it now, though. The other issue you have to keep in mind is like scaling crossbow and men-at-arms. I mean, farms can only do so much for you, right, with the enclosures. You do kind of need a little bit of gold gathering as well. Say that, he's trying to just do it with passive gold. I don't think that works at scale, though. In fact, you're seeing the result. He has to switch over to Spearman instead. Push comes in. Grenadiers are going to milk that, though. Remember, Spears, men-at-arms, all of them just get melt-moded. Grennies, frags out, baby. Frag your hearts out. Few Yuans are going to move in. Farms are now going to start getting sniped out. Bombards, big delete coming in. What a sick move. The counter to the Bombards immediately removed. Pushing continues. Berkshire is now being targeted down. Anatan is done playing with his food. No more mastication. It's time to swallow. Someone in chat is like, what did he just say? Look it up. Mastication. It's a word. Get your mind out of the gutter. Damn, these Bombards are so spooky. Has also got the Divine Defense, right? The extra range. I think we are just moments away from GG being called at this stage. There's no army left over. Teal's down to 9 military. Eco has shriveled up to die. Oh my god, you guys are right. Shaolin monks are OP. Look, he built one. That's right, I know the big words. Whoop, whoop. All right, guys, looks like my food is ready. So we're going to find someone to raid. That's going to be it for today. A reminder, we have got more tournament games tomorrow. So be sure to check in when we will be casting Group D. That is the group that Beastie's in. This is the best place to actually catch the action in English. If you are, in fact, from Vietnam, definitely check out Clear Man on the YouTube side as he will be covering the action for the Vietnamese audience. But yes, got to see who's going to make it through to the playoffs. We've already got a bunch of well-known names there, actually, and some surprise appearances as well. Q, Baltoon, Auberjoy, Core, 194, The Great Unicom, and finally Popo have qualified. Tomorrow we'll see if it's Beastie, Hom Senpai, Sanich, Khan, Sassy, Tank Sang, Vuvavan, or Scarlet Devil that'll make it through. But I'll have a look now. Let's see who's live, and I'll send a raid through. I'm going to end the stream on the YouTube side. Remember, guys, YouTube side, same time as today to catch that free